JWOC 2024 is supported by Region Plzeň, City of Plzeň, Škoda Group, the National Sport Agency, municipalities of Dobřív, Dobříč, Hůrky and Stříbro, companies Streicher, Göring, Mercury International, AC Heating, Innovate, Rockpoint, Hanach and Grant Thornton.
Third day of JWOC 2024 and third race in a row is awaiting us today. After two sprints, we are heading into the forest. We are heading into the opposite pole of orienteering spectrum. A long distance awaits. Jakub, what are the main questions we should ask before this race? You should know that as a champion from the last year's JWOC long distance.
Yeah, after two fast-paced short distances, we are moving to the forest. And the runners have to prove that they have enough power also for the second half of JWOC. Will they avoid mistakes and will they pick the right route choices? Also, will they set the right pace from the start until the finish line?
So these are the main questions, and you should be following IOF live stream and searching for the answers during the next hours with us on the IOF live TV.
Before we jump into the forest, we will ask Lucia Dietrichová, the reigning world champion from last year's long distance, a few questions. We will also ask Zefa Fave, New Zealander, who will fight for medals. He was 5th last year. And we also ask a few questions Alexis Merka, representing the United States of America, but with the Czech roots, so she's like home here in Czechia.
The sprint races are behind you with a very good performance in both. Are you excited to run in the forest again?
Yes, I am satisfied with my performances in both sprints, and yes, I'm looking forward to run in forest because I really enjoyed the terrains here around the Plzeň.
You are the defending champion from the last year. Does it make you more confident or nervous, or maybe both?
Actually, I do not think about it a lot. I just want to show a clear performance and be satisfied with my race.
Alex, you are representing the United States of America, but you are not a foreigner here in Czechia. Why is that so?
Well, my parents are both from this country. They moved to the U.S. before I was born. I grew up in the U.S., but every summer I would visit my family here. So, and now I finished my first year of university here in Czech Republic.
And what are the expectations towards the long distance?
I'm hoping to put forward a performance I'm proud with. Long distance tends to be my better races, so I'm going to try and push hard physically, be solid navigationally, and see how that goes.
Sprints are behind us. Are you ready and looking forward to
Actually,
yes, I'm looking forward.
Last year made you one of the top long distance. Am I confident or more nervous, or maybe
Definitely try having video
JWOC 2024 is supported by Region Plzeň, City of Plzeň, 𝐄𝐒 Group, the National Sport Agency, municipalities of 𝐷𝐿, 𝐷𝐿, 𝐒 and 𝐷𝐿, companies Streicher, 𝐿𝐿, Mercury International, AC Heating, Innovate, Rockpoint, Hannach and Grant Thornton.
Third day of JWOC 2024 and third race in a row is awaiting us today. After 2 sprints, we are heading into the forest. We are heading into the opposite pole of orienteering spectrum. A long distance awaits. Jakub, what are the main questions we should ask before this race? You should know that as a champion from the last year's JWOC long distance.
Yeah, after 2 fast-paced short distances, we are moving to the forest. And the runners have to prove that they have enough power also for the second half of JWOC. Will they avoid mistakes and will they pick the right route choices? Also, will they set the right pace from the start until the finish line?
So these are the main questions, and you should be following IOF live stream and searching for the answers during the next hours with us on the IOF live TV.
Before we jump into the forest, we will ask Lucia Dietrichova, the reigning world champion from last year's long distance, a few questions. We will also ask 𝐿𝐵𝐹, New Zealander, who will fight for medals. He was 5th last year. And we also ask a few questions Alexis Merka, representing the United States of America, but with the Czech roots, so she's like home here in Czechia.
The sprint races are behind you with a very good performance in both. Are you excited to run in the forest again?
Yes, I am satisfied with my performances in both sprints, and yes, I'm looking forward to run in forest because I really enjoyed the terrains here around the Pilsen.
You are the defending champion from the last year. Does it make you more confident or nervous, or maybe both?
Actually, I do not think about it a lot. I just want to show a clear performance and be satisfied with my race.
Alex, you are representing the United States of America, but you are not a foreigner here in Czechia. Why is that so?
Well, my parents are both from this country. They moved to the US before I was born. I grew up in the US, but every summer I would visit my family here. So, and now I finished my first year of university here in Czech Republic.
And what are the expectations towards the long distance?
I'm hoping to put forward a performance I'm proud with. Long distance tends to be my better races. So I'm going to try and push hard physically, be solid navigationally, and see how that goes.
Sprints are behind us. Are you ready and looking forward to the forest races?
Yes, I'm looking forward to both forest races and the relay.
Finishing 5th last year made you one of the top favourites for the long distance. Do you have that fact on your mind, and is that making you more self-confident or more nervous, or maybe both?
Definitely a bit of both. Just see how it goes and try my best to have a good run, and yeah.
As this year's JWOC is in Czechia, we have decided to teach you some useful Czech words and vice versa.
Learn Czech with Dan
And David.
quickly.
And easily. Klasika.
Long distance.
Klasika.
Long distance.
Náročná klasika.
Challenging long distance.
Náročná klasika.
Challenging long distance.
Občerstvovačka.
Refreshment control.
Občerstvovačka.
Refreshment control.
Pivo.
Beer.
Pivo.
Beer.
Zmrzlina.
Ice cream.
Zmrzlina.
Ice cream.
Okay, let's practice the whole sentence. Náročná klasika dneska.
Challenging long distance today.
Snad budou mít na občerstvovačce zmrzlinu a pivo.
I hope they will have ice cream and beer at the refreshment control.
Okay, and then let's have a closer look on the courses now. Let's start with the women's course. We can see that we have a remote start in the eastern part of the map, in the former military area of Brdy Mountains. We have quite mountainous terrain with white forest, which is very fast, and then some green areas and steep uphills and some rocks on the hilltop. We can see two longest legs on women's course already to control number 2 and then control number 4. Then we have some technical shorter legs and TV split number 1 on crossing the road. Then a steep uphill on the hilltop, on the rocky hilltop, where we will have as TV split number 2. Then again some route choice legs towards control 11 and 14, and then a transition leg towards the finish. So this is the course. 16 controls awaits the women today. And let's now have a closer look on some of the crucial route choices. And this is a leg to control number 2. There are 4 variants proposed by the course setter Tomáš Prokeš. You can see that the straight variants have a higher climb, and the longer variant, which is the blue one, there you can save the climb. And this is the very similar on control number 4, where you can significantly save climbing on a blue variant from the left, but the difference is just 10 meters compared to the length difference. I don't think it's the better route choice actually.
And we will follow with the men's course. I would be rather patient with high pacing towards the first control just to get it right, but then there are 2 very long legs to the second and to 5th control, which will offer us quite many route choices, and it will depend on the runners if they will rather run around and spare some attitude, or if they will make it straight. Then we have two TV splits. The second one is on the rocky top of the hill. It will be very technical over there. So as well as on control number 11, it will be very important to be careful. And then we have another long route choices and long legs, especially from 15 to 16 control, and then just heading down towards the finish. Here we will see three variants or options towards the second control. It will be up to the runners if they will decide to spare some meters from the beginning, or if they will just go straight. I think it might be a little bit wiser to go around in the beginning, but we will see. And another three route choices towards the fifth control. Maybe there will be more of them, we will see. But definitely the blue one is one which will spare your legs.
In today's analysis, I will show you glimpses of long distance forest. In some white areas, it can be really fast, and I mean really fast. Now you can see that some areas are very dense, hard to run in, but if you catch the right line, it doesn't have to be necessarily so slow. There are also marshes which can slow you down pretty much. The hills are usually very steep. Steep downhills are also one aspect of today's course. There are several rocky areas where you have to be really careful with your ankles, and some climbing skills are also needed.
Great speed for a Finnish runner and great performance during the second part of the course.
88.35, and she's second overall, second in the moment, 41 seconds behind the leader, Anna Gasser.
Hello everyone, welcome to the IOF live stream. Our apologies that we are late, we are sorry for the delay, but welcome to 𝐄𝐻. We are eastern from Pilsen and we are following long distance here in the forest of Brdy. We already have 2 hours and 30 minutes behind us, so we have seen quite a good performances already from runners who started early. Since we are here at JWOC, there are 3 starting groups, which means that the strong nations have to put at least 2 runners in the first group, and that results in a very nice time.
in men's class, currently leading Yoshi Schmidt. He has managed to come into the finish in time of 81 minutes and 15 seconds. Second place currently kept by Elia Gartman, and third place by home Czech runner Prokop Tomášek. He is 3 minutes 46 behind. We can also look into the results or online results of the women's class, and we can see quite a long time and race for currently leading Anna Gasser. Anna Gasser has a time in finish 87 minutes and 54 seconds. Second spot for Finnish Anni-Maki Haukonen, and third. Now you can see the first GPS tracking analysis from the first part of women's race. You can see comparison of Anna Gasser and Alva Björk. And you can see that Anna Gasser ran away from Anna Björk and Norwegian Taksdal on this route to control number 5. And you can see how she was increasing the lead by taking the straight route choice to the 8th control. She was not afraid of the hill. She climbed pretty quickly and it put her into the lead. And now you can see what I was talking about. Anna Gasser leading in the finish, but she has a time of 87 minutes, and that's a lot. That's really one will be able to beat Anna Gasser by 17 minutes to hit that 70 minutes of estimated winning time. And still we follow Anna Gasser on her way now already to the finish, and you can see that she took a quite long route choice to number 14, but she did the same what did Norwegian Taksdal and Swedish Björk. So you can see that the women took a route choice going around the hill at the end of the course, which means that it's probably very demanding, and that women felt much better running around than to climb up again one more steep hill towards the finish. Again we can see current standing at finish, and you can see that I would say almost extreme. There are most of the times currently at the finish are over 100 minutes in women's class, and some of them are also over 2 hours already. Today we started in rainy weather, but it's getting partly cloudy right now, but now we can go to analysis of the start of the men's course. You can see home Czech Prokop Tomášek started very well, keeping pace with currently leading Yoshi Schmidt, and you can see Elia Gartman lagging behind here in the first part of the course, and you can see he was lagging behind quite a lot. And this is quite a typical view on the route choice to the control number 5. Most of the men, from what we could see until now, Elia Gartman was an exception because he took a straight route choice over the hill. And here you can see that Yoshi Schmidt was very fast uphill towards the 8th, 9th and 10th control into this extremely technical part. We already experienced some bigger mistakes already in that area. And suddenly you can see that Yoshi Schmidt has a gap and he distances Tomášek and Gartman, and that he performed very well in this middle part of the race. He took probably the most common route choice to control number 16. He just followed the top of the hill. Prokop Tomášek tried to keep the attitude, running a little bit eastern, and he lost there to Elia Gartman, which means that Elia Gartman is sitting and is losing some time to him.
And here we can see the preliminary results at finish, the current standing at finish in men's class. Bastien Thénault is...
Actually, Bastien Thénault, he had that time, we could see that time from him already half an hour ago, and we don't think it's a real time. Yoshi Schmidt is leading, actually. There was some mistake in punching, so we have to count with the time of Yoshi Schmidt running 81 minutes and leading right now. Here you can see pictures from crossing the road. It's approximately in the middle of the race. You can see that Zelin Sandwald is leading in this part of the race. It's a quite new information for us. Zelin Sandwald passed the crossing of the road recently. So it's a new best time in the middle of the course, which means that she is beating their currently leading Anna Kasser by 3 minutes and 43 seconds. You could also see that on this split time or intermediate there is a home runner Hanna Vitkova, who is sitting at second spots, already third spots. So yeah, the times are there. Zelin Sandwald, Klara Bori and Elina Anna Gasser is fourth there.
From Sweden, and he is number 3 there.
The crossing of the road is the same for men, for sure. And we can see that it is still Yoshi Schmidt who's leading there. And Yoshi Schmidt is leading also here at finish in Hurki in the arena of JWOC 2024 long distance. And here we will be able to see, I guess, Ludwig Rosén, Swedish runner, and it looks like he will run for the third spot. He will be behind Yoshi Schmidt. So two Swiss runners in the lead at the moment in the finish. Yoshi Schmidt, Elia Gartman, and now a new third best time by Ludwig Rosén. Ludwig Rosén's time is 83 minutes and 20 seconds, just 2 minutes and 5 seconds behind leading time of Yoshi Schmidt. You can see number 34, which means we have about 35 runners into the finish, but we have almost 170 of them. And shortly we should have Hanna Vitkova, Czech runner, into the finish, and she is doing well. Was second and now she's third at intermediate, but now we can see that she catches up to Anna Gasser, and now she will be fighting for the leading time here in finish.
Bude Hanka chtít převzít vedení, tak bude muset mít do minuty na předposlední kontrole. Připravte si hlasivky, protože Hanka určitě bude potřebovat povzbudit.
And I guess now it's time for home crowds. We already got some spectators here in the arena. There is also Czech orienteering tour spectators race organized here, so we expect a very good atmosphere today here in 𝐄𝐒. And I think the spectators are already ready to cheer on Hanna Víčková, fighting for the current leading here at finish. We are waiting for Hanna Víčková at pre-warning. Now it seems she will be a little bit late.
Anna Gasser was very well physically prepared and she was able to speed up towards the end.
And now we got the punch. We got the punch from Hanna Víčková. She is 21 seconds behind. 21 seconds behind Anna Gasser. It means that she's running into the second spot. Hanna Víčková was 38 starter today, so we have about 35 women in the arena already. And you can see that the crowd is ready to support Hanna Víčková. And Hanna Víčková is taking time to Anna Gasser. She's just 14 seconds behind right now, and she will fight to close the gap even more till the finish. And now she's passing the finish line, coming into second spot, 14 seconds behind. Hanna Víčková had a probably very good race. We haven't spotted any major mistakes on tracking, but we will find out later how good performance this was. Here we will see comparison of Hanna Víčková, Mäki Hokkonen from Finland and Gasser from Switzerland. Took the safest route to control number 11. I am surprised that Hokkonen took the straight route choice. She just ran through all the green areas towards 11th control. She lost there some time, you could see that, but that was very brave to do that. And you can see that Mäki Hokkonen felt really strong, probably because she ran over the biggest hill on the course towards the 14th control, and you can see that she didn't lose any time there. She just, yeah, she was actually faster there than Víčková and Gasser, who ran around the hill. So now standing at the finish is quite close. If we count, this is the long distance. It is Gasser, Víčková and Mäki Hokkonen, but that will change. Just now we have the finish, Heidi Kristina Sebjörnsen, who took the first place 11 seconds in front of Anna Gasser.
Norwegian competitor just took the lead from the Swiss Anna Gasser. Hanna Víčková moved to
𝐃𝐻𝐻.
We are following 𝐃𝐻𝐻, Swiss junior runner who just started to the race, so we can see the pictures from the start. As you can see, the white forest is really runnable. It's extremely fast for us. So 𝐃𝐻𝐻 and her first meters of the course in the Brdy Mountains. It's a really beautiful forest here, mainly spruce forest, easily runnable, but when you get into some marshy areas or into the hills where are stones and green areas, it can be really tough. So I think it's really good terrain for a challenge. during championships. And now we can see the split time at the road crossing, and it's a really beautiful forest here in 𝐵RDI Mountains.
The last 3 splits, which are the last 3 control points.
We could see Martin Zenitis from Latvia passing the road. We are getting into the last runners of the first third of the starting.
We can see that there is a refreshment station, and unfortunately this looks, for some injury, doesn't look good.
It doesn't, but we can check that later on GPS if maybe there were some variable, I guess. Hopefully it was that case, not the injury. And when we have this overview over the finish corridor and finish line, we can recap the current standing at the finish. It is Heidi Kristina Søbjørnsen leading right now, just 11 seconds behind Anna Gasser from Switzerland, and Hanna Vítkova from Czechia is currently on the 3rd spot. And again we will see another comparison. It will be again Hanna Vítkova, Anna Gasser, but now newly we have there Heidi Kristina Søbjørnsen, and we can see that she took completely different route choice. She ran even a little bit higher than Anna Gasser, and it was equal route choice to route choice of Hanna Vítkova and Anna Gasser. Now we can see that Heidi Søbjørnsen took the same route choice around the hill. That is the most common option what we can see. But you can see again that Heidi Søbjørnsen is running around a little bit more than the others, as it was in the case of 11 control. But she was fast. She was fast on that road, and that brought her on the 1st spot into the finish.
Number 15. Hello? You are finishing right now. You took the 1st place so far. How was the course? Did you adjust your speed correctly, and did you have enough power until the end? Because it looks like the course is really long and it takes more than 80 minutes.
Yeah, I had a good speed, but I took some time to get into it. But the last half of the race, I think I had the speed that I could have, and I didn't make any mistakes, so I think I had the course quite well.
Alright, then how were the conditions in the forest? It's visible that it's really wet, and it can be really slippery in some areas. Did you have a trouble also with this?
No, the start of the race was quite wet because I ran out when it was raining quite a bit, but in the end it was good. But it's slippery in the steep parts, but else it's quite good, I think, and some of the paths were quite wet.
Okay, good job and good luck.
Thank you.
We don't know what you could hear from the interview. He was done by Jakub Chalupski with Heidi Søbjørnsen. We will tell you about what she said, but this was interesting view on the Swedish runner. He really took a time to check the map into the 1st control, and actually the 1st control is quite close to the start, but I think it's very good to be ready to not pace that hard from the beginning, because the 1st control is in the stone, so I think it's good to kind of warm up and then spread your increase the pace. And we could see Odin Ek, that was the runner who prepared, or yeah, prepared very well the option to the first control.
We are following Soma Iwasaki from Japan. He just reached the finish line in the men's class, and it's position 26 right now in the arena here in this really long and challenging long distance today. The weather is today quite cloudy. We had some rain in the morning, so maybe not so comfortable for spectators, but definitely comfortable for runners. I think these are really good conditions for running.
And it brings me back to the interview with 𝐼𝐐𝐍𝐿 Sebjørnsen. She did quite a good race, and Jakub asked her about the conditions, if it was slippery or if it was just more difficult due to the rain. But actually she said it was okay through the course, just maybe in some steeper parts and stony areas it was a little bit more slippery. But I think that will be the same for most of the runners. Even though now there is no rain, it is just cloudy, I think the conditions in the forest will be still. But we will have a new leader in the finish. Yes, and it is Klara Borg from Sweden, and we can tell you that she is leading by 4 minutes and 23 seconds ahead of Heidi Kristina Sebjørnsen, and on third spot right now is Anna Gasser. But this means 83 minutes and 20 seconds for Klara Borg. Very good performance. We can see that Klara Borg started straight, keeping the attitude towards the 11th control, but then she ran down to the road, and she was really fast on that road towards the 11th control. But I don't think she managed to be faster on this route. She was already faster. So she just managed to keep the distance to other runners, to that triple of Gasser, Vítkova and Sebjørnsen. You can see that her lead was clear and really big one, because 4 minutes and 23 seconds, that's a lot. And I think this makes from Klara Borg one of the favorites of today's race, because that was a very clean race.
1 hour 23 minutes 20 seconds. That's the time of Klara Borg. I think the expected winning time is many minutes lower, so we will see.
It's still 13 minutes, so I don't think anyone will attack that time of 70 minutes actually in women's class. I don't think so any man will attack 70 minutes today, but yeah, we will see. It's probably the winning time under 80 minutes, I guess.
Yeah, we were in the forest yesterday. Do you think there will be some elephant tricks? Because you know it's 170 runners in the start list in the class almost. So how is it, JWOC, and do you think it's in this kind of forest, will it be faster in the end?
Actually, I don't think so. Or just a little bit less faster. In the clean forest and in wide areas it doesn't play any role, and I think there will be elephant paths in the steep parts when you have to kind of a slip, or where you attack the control from above. So I think, yeah, they will be elephant paths, but I don't think it will make any difference. It can be easier to find the control, but it can get even more slippery in the mud. So I think it will be, yeah, so-so.
Yeah, and we saw Yoshi Schmidt. They are following the front French jersey. It was Antoine de Claude, and he is currently on second position, just 14 seconds behind Yoshi Schmidt. So really good performance by the Frenchman. 81 minutes 29 seconds for Antoine Delou on this challenging long distance here in 𝐼𝐿𝐾𝐄.
Which means the men are 2 minutes closer to the expected winning time, and this can be interesting. We will watch Elia Gartman, Antoine Delou and Yoshi Schmidt. Nothing special over there, but I think Elia Gartman should run down to the path earlier. She tried to keep the altitude for a bit longer than it was. Did the same when he was pre-running the course, and he said that it was not an ideal option and that he should go up to path or down to path earlier.
And now we are following Sondre Olausen from Norway, and he is really fast, and it can be a new best time right now in the finish, and it is 21 seconds faster than Yoshi Schmidt. So really good performance by the Norwegian Sondre Olausen.
And I can tell you that we have a very fast runner on course already, and we have him on the first split. It's Mathieu Birer, the biggest favorite of today, because he was 4th last year, but first 3 runners are out. So Mathieu Birer is definitely the biggest gold medal contender, especially after today's gold in sprint. And right now he's leading by 16 seconds in front of Daniel Bolechowski, and already Nagel at the first intermediate. For the comparison, you can see that you can see him right now live in the picture on your screens, and he is actually 50 seconds faster than Yoshi Schmidt, who's second in the finish, but he's 2.5 minutes faster than Sondre Olausen, who is currently leading at finish. But Sondre had a very bad start. He lost a lot of minutes already from the beginning, but then he was the fastest on course, and Sondre took 3 more minutes towards the finish in comparison to Yoshi Schmidt. But Mathieu Birer is already now, after 28 minutes of running, 2.5 minutes ahead of Sondre Olausen. And now we can see that Mathieu Birer, he did a huge mistake to first control. And still, Mathieu Birer is leading after this huge mistake. We can see Viktoria Škáchová at start right now. She was the strongest runner together with Lucia Dietrichova during the selection races. She's much better in the forest than in the city or than during the sprints. So we expect some nice result and very good performance from Viktoria Škáchová here in 𝐼𝐿𝐾𝐄. But that was really interesting to see Mathieu Birer making such a big mistake towards the first control. We can see Viktoria Škáchová running just towards the first control. It is different first control than the men's first control, but it's in the same area and it's quite close to the men's control. And I have experience from the first control of men's class today. I was running today in the morning below the control, and I knew that it can be a really difficult control, because you really have to control how high you are in the hill and have it all under control and have good attack points until you get and punch the first control. So I think Mathieu Birer started maybe and underestimated the control. So yeah, we saw his mistake there. We could see that he did the same you did. He ran below the control. And then when he realized that he is some 20 meters down in the slope, then he realized that turn back and had to run up towards the first control.
2 minutes and 8 seconds. Moving on set the fit before and Hrabotemašek still at 85.01. And I would briefly recap the standing of women's race.
From the intermediates in the forest, we can see that Zelin Sandvald is still leading. She kept the lead, and she is leading after 51 minutes and 50 seconds. The margin to Klára Buri is half a minute. It was 1 minute and 47 seconds on the first split, which means that Klára Buri had a very good second part of the race. But anyway, Zelin Sandvald is ahead of her. Here we can see Daniel Bolehovský. This is the control just before crossing the road. And it will mean half of the race. Okay, please excuse me, this is the control after the crossing of the roads, and it's more than half of the race. Daniel Bolehovský, actually he punched in first spot 41 minutes 52 seconds. And you can see comparison between Daniel Bolehovský and Sondre Olausen towards the fifth control. This is, as we already saw, that the most common route choice. Dan Bolehovský played it safe towards the sixth control. He used the path above the lock between fifth and sixth control. He was very smooth on this loop on 8th, 9th and 10th control. We could see him there on our screens. And now he is running quite interesting leg towards the 11th control, and we will be following him to find out he will take the path. It looks like he's running straight for now, but now we will see if he will try to keep the attitude or if he will turn down towards the path. Or Jakub is expecting that maybe he will climb up.
Yeah, I did this route choice also. I did exactly the same so far as Daniel and the group in which he is running right now, and yeah, I think this was so tough area to run in that your mind just thinks only about going somewhere else than where are you running right now. So I think this area can be quite special, that you can change your plan.
And can you tell us part of the race, how does it look between 10th and 11th control?
Between those two controls, the green area is quite tough to run, as I said, and I think when you are in there, you already know that you should move somewhere else than just continue in the traverse.
We have it to Ostangol at start right now. Her teammate Klára Buri is still leading at finish, 83 minutes 20 seconds. So we will see if Tua will be here with us in the arena. You can see that this is kind of a tactics from Swedish team, I guess, because everyone just stop behind the start line, check the map properly, and then start running towards the third control. See the situation of Mathieu Bierer close to the first control. I think this is really wise decision to do. I don't think it costs you any spots at the finish if you do it properly and if you stop when planning the first route choice towards the first control of this long distance here at JWOC 2024 in Pilsen.
We will soon be awaiting Zéline Zandvald in the finish area. She ran really well the sprint yesterday and also the sprint relay, where she was a member of the silver relay from Switzerland. It was actually the second team of Switzerland, and very soon we should have her here in the arena in 𝐄𝐒. Yeah, also the special guests in the arena are.
You can see the chairman of Czech Orienteering Federation, Jan Kamenický over there.
Unis Strand Karls and Aaron Lesch from Hungary. Special guests in our tent in the finish.
And they expect, as we do, they expect Zéline Zandvald into the finish. Because we had her at the pre-warning and she is leading there by 38 seconds ahead of Klára Bojry. This is a tough fight. These two girls are running the same pace over the last 40 minutes. And we are thrilled to see if Zéline Zandvald will keep the leading here into the finish arena, into the finish line. It looks like that. Yes, she punched the last control and now she's heading into the finish, and she extended her lead because she's leading at the last control.
It's a really good performance by Zéline Zandvald again. She came in really good shape to Pilsen, to JWOC 2024, and another great performance. But we are still more than 10 minutes behind the expected winning time, if I'm not mistaken, so we still are expecting that the curves will be faster, but we will see how it will be in reality.
Now I'm quite happy that we haven't presented our guesses or tips for the winning times yet. You can see comparison of Zandvald and Bojry route choice to 8th control. This looks quite easy, or this looks like there is no other option than to run it straight, but you can see that almost as another one. So yeah, this is the control, and it's Mathieu Bierer. Mathieu Bierer punching the last control on the loop, on a tricky loop up on the top of the hill, and he punched in second time. So Mathieu Bierer had to make another mistake. He is losing towards Daniel Bolechowski 46 seconds. It means he made a 1 minute mistake at least on this loop. So the biggest favorite of today's race definitely not running a clear race today. We could see a huge mistake to the first control, and maybe we will be able to see another mistake somewhere among controls 8, 9 and 10. It was good here. 7. This is the route choice towards the 8th control. You can see that Mathieu took another route choice than done. And it looked, oh yeah, he gets stuck in the green area, it looks like that. I don't know what happened over there, because he turned left instead of running towards the right side out of the green area, but then we were cut, so we didn't see the ending of this story towards 8 control.
We are awaiting another action. It will be a long day today here in 𝐄𝐒, The last start is somewhere at 14:34 if I'm not mistaken, so it's in 2.5 hours from now almost, so we will have a lot of action still to await us, but we really good achievements, and both leaders in the Inish, Sandreolaus and from Norway, and Zelin Zandvald from Switzerland performed really well today, and we are looking forward what the other athletes will show us today. Here we can see again the refreshment control just ahead of the road crossing in the middle of the course. And then runners have something like a sprint route choice among the fences, and then they need to climb up to the rocky uphill where we saw another pictures of the next split.
And I have to admit again that I'm surprised how differently everyone ran the leg after this road crossing, you know. I thought it will be just, but that's not the case. But you have an intermediate for us.
Yeah, we have a first intermediate by 𝐿ucie Dietrichová, the biggest Czech star, even though she was number 2nd yesterday in the sprint. I mean Czech number 2nd, but now she is in the lead on the first intermediate split time, so soon we will see her on that refreshment control. So a very good beginning of 𝐿ucie Dietrichová, and we are waiting for her at this refreshment control close to the road crossing. And now, before we will have a punch of 𝐿ucie Dietrichová, let's see the comparison of the three guys. Matěj Bírer, we saw his mistake to the control number 1 again. Then Daniel Bolehovský and from Spain, and he is performing also really well. Fernando Gonzalo is now keeping the 4th position on intermediate split times. You can see that he is a little bit behind Bírer and Bolehovský, but still really good performance by a Spanish runner.
Right now we have Zelin Zandvald at the finish. I have to ask, was this the most demanding long distance course you have ever ran?
Yeah, I think so, because I really suffered from the beginning. I could feel my legs from the sprint races, but I mean, all the others also have 2 races in their legs, so can't complain, but it was, yeah, really hard.
Yeah, I can say you were there 82 minutes. It's probably going to be longer distance than expected. So yeah, the times are incredibly long, and also probably the route choices were really difficult to pick the right one. How did you manage to choose the right ones?
I don't really know if I chose the right ones, but I just saw 2-3 options and then thought what I wanted to do or I could do best at this moment, and then I just did this route choice.
I have one more question. Did you run in the last uphill, or was it too difficult to run the last one?
I tried, but no, I didn't run.
Thank you and congratulations.
Thank you very much.
And here we can see the comparison of Klára Boria, Zelin Zandvald and 𝐿ucie Dietrichová. And we already mentioned that 𝐿ucie Dietrichová had a great start to the race. Now you can see her climbing up towards control number 2. She control number 2, and Klára Boria, she had a different approach to control number 2, as she decided to run around, and she also is saving some climb towards control number 4, and very soon we will have Lucia Dietrichová on the next split time, and here she is, Lucia Dietrichová in the middle of the course, and she is leading, and her margin is really big, 3 minutes 8 seconds faster than Céline Zandvoort from Switzerland. Céline Zandvoort is currently leading in a finish, and we can see Lucia Dietrichová, really good performance so far, so we will see what she can deliver in the second part of the race.
I think this is the best way how to defend the gold medal from the last year's JWOC. Impressive start from Lucia Dietrichová here in 𝐄𝐒 at JWOC 2024. Since she won last year and she is in a good shape this year as well, she is the biggest favorite for the gold medal today. And she's proving that so far. After 36 minutes and 15 seconds running, she leads by 3 minutes and 8 seconds. But here we can see Henriette Radzikowski at start. This should be the medal contender as well, and we will see if it will be good enough to match Lucia Dietrichová. She's a medalist from the last year, so we expect a very good performance today as well. Henriette was very strong in the second part of yesterday's race. She didn't have the with the others, and she was so fast that she was at third spot in the end after Michaela Novotná and Eli Punto.
So we will see what Henriette Radzikowski will show us today. I'm really curious. Yesterday we saw amazing performance by her in the uphill towards the arena, and today it's hilly long distance. There are a lot of steep uphills, and I believe that there she can show her strength, and yeah, definitely one of the medal contenders today, and definitely the name to follow.
Now it's about to be more careful than Mathieu Bührer to find the first control without problems, because I think this is so important for your self-confidence during the rest of the race, to find the first control quickly and smoothly. Here we can see comparison between and Céline Zandvoort and Norwegian Taksdal, and probably we will see some mistake from Annabelle Delaine. No, we see more of the mistakes. We can see 3 mistakes over there, and Céline Zandvoort, you can see that Céline Zandvoort, yeah, she made it really well, and the others are struggling over there, and French Godon, she's really lost there. She's really lost there. It looks like it took her, oh, it was 4 minutes almost to find the control. Here we have the mistake of Mathieu Bührer, and that was really a huge one. Even though he managed to be in the lead at control number 7, but we could see another mistake from him, and that Daniel Bolechowski is running ahead of him currently.
It's a really big mistake of keep the height and keep the counters. You need to see the rocks on your left side, and he ended up to be too low in the slope, and yeah, then he needed to ascend a lot of contours towards the control, so this was a really big mistake. And it's visible on the intermediate split downs, but I mean, it's Mathieu Bührer, and he is still capable to close this gap, so we will see how he will perform in the rest of the course. You can see that towards the control number 2 he ran almost straight. He ran in the big slope and decided not to save the contours he's used to from Alps.
Svante Céline starting right now. Then you are expecting he will be one of the medal contenders today? You really...
And we have another split of Daniel Wojnowski.
Svante Selin is now enjoying this beautiful forest really fast up here, but as you can see, when he crossed the road here, hopefully no crash with the runner, and now he is in a bushy part, and it's the forest changed, the ground changed, it's more stony here, and around control 1 it's really stony, and it's not like a big stones, but it's many small stones, and it slows you down. It's not stable under your feet, so yeah, you need to be really careful. And it's hard to read the map in this, because you need to look under your feet not to twist your ankle.
Yeah, it's definitely more efficient if you read the map ahead of these parts, because it... Kristoffer Stromvik is pushing really hard, so you can hear that as well in the microphones. And he is running towards the last control, and soon we will see him here in the arena. And we can tell you that he punched at 5th spot running through the last control, and it will be probably the 5th spot also at the finish. Yes, it is. It is 83 minutes 45 seconds. It's 2 minutes and 51 seconds behind. Currently leading Sondre Olausen, also from Norway.
You can see the comparison of Yoshi Schmidt, Sondre Olausen and Kristoffer Ström. And you can see another route choices to control number 14, and then chose the same route choice to control number 16, using the path on the hilltop. We were discussing this route choice yesterday with Kuba Chalupsky, and we somehow agreed that this is probably the best choice to climb from the control directly and then use the path on the hilltop, because it's a really hard ground there and it's really fast on the hilltop there.
This is the ending of the difficult technical loop up on the hill after the road crossing.
Yeah, this is control number 10 on the men's course, and here we can see the Spanish runner. He performed really well, but there you can see a mistake on control number 9. It's really hard there, a lot of stones and cliffs, and you need to find the correct control. And Ferrando trying to control and keep the head towards the control number 10, and as you can see, he's too high, so he'll need to descend towards the control.
And the problem is that he will have to... we can probably see him descending right now. It looks good for him. Yeah, we can see him right now in the picture. He managed to find the control number 10 well. So he knew what he was doing actually. He was a little bit above, as Dan mentioned, but that was on purpose, as we can see now, because he just descended down towards the control without any problem. Here we can see Lucia Dietrichova's GPS tracking. It's live, so it is good for Czech fans. Usually you could, this is live, so we are able to following Lucia currently in a very strong lead. We can follow Lucia towards the 9th control. It looks good so far for her. And now I think from here she should see the right boulder, and she's heading to that boulder, and she should punch the 9th control very soon. And shortly, if we will get that image, we could see her also on the control number 10. So we could have another live picture of defending gold medalist from last year's JWOC in Romania, from Baia Mare. No problems from Lucia, finding 9th control.
I think this is a really difficult, challenging leg if you have a map in 1 to 15 scale. And just running on the nose there and on the ridge, but you need to go a little bit to the left, but not too much to the left. So this is a really tricky descent, I would say.
Kuba, what do you think? Would you run straight like Lucia is doing right now, or would you play it a little bit safer and run through the clean forest? We can see Lucia punching right now.
She is the fastest, still the fastest, and look at the lead. 4 minutes 50 seconds lead for Lucia Dietrichova right now on this TV control.
I think Lucia knows exactly what she is doing right now. She is really precise in those areas, I think, and that's only the way how you can succeed in those legs.
And if we go back to that, would you run the same way as Lucia is doing? Or we have to tell you that this is Virna Pelika and she's running on 2nd spot right now, but that's in the forest because Virna is heading into the finish probably in the new best time. How does it look, Dan?
Yeah, Virna Pelika is really fast. She did not start it well. She was 5th. But now she's 1st now, and she is running really well, and she will be faster than Zelin Zandvald. Last meters for Virna Pelika, and here she is. 82 minutes 15 seconds, 16 seconds faster than Zelin Zandvald from Switzerland.
And its best 3 women at the finish at the moment are in just 1 minute. It's Virna Pelika ahead of Zelin Zandvald and Klara Bori. Klara Bori is 1 minute and 5 seconds leading here in the arena in 𝐄𝐒.
But we all know that on course is leading Lucia Dietrichova, so we will see her soon in the arena, but before that let's see the comparison. And now on the start, another Finnish jersey, it's Aapo Virkajärvi. Aapo Virkajärvi and his first meters of today's course. He is starting in a high pace. No mapping like we saw from the Swedish team. The Finns are more straightforward and just full speed, no mistakes, as we heard from the interview before the sprint relay from the Finnish team.
Yeah, and we could see in the women's class Håkonen, she was running straight almost all of the route choices, so that proves your thoughts that they are really straight thinking runners or orienteers. Direct line towards the other control, but we will follow Aapo Virkajärvi through the course and we will see how he will handle all the courses and if he will run around at least once or twice during the course. At the moment we can tell you that after 1 hour of running, Daniel Bolechowski is still leading, and he's leading by 1 minute and 9 seconds ahead of Mathieu Bierer. So it means Daniel's running better or faster, or Mathieu Bierer is making another mistakes on the way.
And we can see it now, a comparison of Daniel Bolechowski and Mathieu Bierer. We can see that Mathieu Bierer started much faster, but he made a big mistake on the first control. He was too low in the slope, and Daniel Bolechowski was contouring well. He was checking the rocks on his first control, and then towards the second control Daniel Bolechowski decided to run from the left, Mathieu Birer, he ran straight. He knew that he needs to start up his engines and be faster. And now we can see their comparison on the hilltop. What we are waiting for, another runner towards the finish. It's Emma Kaspari. Emma Kaspari from Germany, and it will be position around 6th place. So maybe top 6 position for Emma Kaspari from Germany. Now we are waiting for her in the finish line, and here she is, Emma Kaspari from Germany. Really good performance from German runners so far, and it's 5th place. It's 5th place for Emma Kaspari, Germany, currently in. We have one of the biggest favorites, definitely a medal contender, Ritta Maramaroshi from Hungary. She just started her race. Yes, she is probably better in the sprint disciplines, but also in the forest she can perform well. She showed us to us last year. She took a medal in a relay, so now we will follow Ritta Maramaroshi towards the first control. We saw she is mapping, she is trying to read the map carefully and really be careful to the first control. I think this is a wise tactics, because the first control can be tricky. It's in the slope, and it's always important to stay in accurate high and not to be too low, as we saw from Mathieu Birer before. And here the comparison of Zelin Zandveld, Emma Kaspari and Verna Pelika. Verna Pelika, current leader in the finish, and we saw again that another Finnish runner ran straight to the control number 14. So maybe the tactics of the Finnish team today?
I guess so. I mean, we could see Swedish tactics. Most of the Swedish runners stop behind the starting line or starting control and checking map properly. That is one of the type of tactics we could see. And yeah, from the GPS tracking we can follow Finnish runners running straight over the hills. Yeah.
And now we punch.
And now back to the start line. Lone Constance Pompe from Germany. She won German middle distance championship in May in elite class. She was faster than another German elite runners from adult category. So she beat many elite class runners from Germany, and now Lone Constance Pompe on her way to the first control. We already saw really good performance by Florian Nagel on his way towards the finish, and now another German runner on her way, Lone Constance Pompe.
In the meantime, we got the punch from Daniel Bolechowski. Some 5 minutes, no, just 3 minutes in front of the arena. He lost some time in comparison to Sondre Olausen, but we know that Sondre Olausen had extremely good last parts of the race. So we will see if it means that Daniel Bolechowski made some mistakes, or if just Sondre was the best at the end of the course. But what is important, Dan Bolechowski is supposed to run under 80 minutes. He will be the first finisher under 80 minutes, if I'm right, and he should take a huge lead to Sondre Olausen.
And we are waiting for Daniel Bolechowski. This is not the Czech jersey. This is not him. But very soon we should see the blue, red, white jersey of Czechia, and Daniel Bolachovský, and he should be a new leader in the arena here of today's long distance at Junior World Orienteering Championship 2024.
While waiting on Daniel Bolachovský, I can see a split from one of the favorites, Alfred Björnerit, but he is 4 minutes and 50 seconds behind Daniel Bolachovský, so not a medal contender for today. But Daniel Bolachovský definitely is a medal contender. He was great in Portugal 2 years ago, he was great in Romania last year. He never touched a medal, but he is able to do it today. Or should I ask, is he able to get the medal today?
Yeah, the home crowd here in the arena are cheering because they already see Daniel Bolachovský, and there he is. There he comes, Daniel Bolachovský on his way towards the last control. He caught the runner who started before him, but we are focusing on Daniel Bolachovský.
We can see, I think we can say, what a speed for the first time today. This is a speed, this is a pace, and we can tell you that he is 4 minutes and 47 seconds ahead of Sondre Olausen, so he will definitely take the first spot here at the arena, and he will be a real medal contender for today. Yes, he's first, 4 minutes 47 seconds ahead of Olausen. His time is 76 minutes and 7 seconds. That's a very good time, as it seems so far.
And together with Daniel Bolachovský there was 𝐿𝐼, who started 6 minutes before Daniel Bolachovský, and now it's current 4th place for 𝐿𝐼 in the finish, 82.10. And we can see the comparison of Daniel Bolachovský, Yoshi Schmidt and Sondre Olausen, and we can see that already at control number 13 the margin of Daniel Bolachovský was really big. He decided to run almost straight over the hilltop to the control number 14 as Yoshi Schmidt was trying to save some contours. And towards the control number 16, Daniel did not use the hilltop and the ridge. He went in a slope, but maybe it was better.
Actually, you need to be really confident about what you are doing, because it's difficult to take this option technically and physically as well. So he was really self-confident and he knew what he is doing, because that was a very tough route choice he took.
Now we are following Aniko Koryan from Hungary. She just refreshed herself, and now she will cross the road and climb up to the uphill.
But we have another drama here in the arena, because we have Mathieu Bierer. Even though he is making a mistake through the course, he punched control, which is 3 minutes before the finish, and he is leading by 54 seconds ahead of Daniel Bolachovský. So it seems like we will have a new leader, the biggest favorite of today's race, Mathieu Bierer.
In the meantime, we can see the comparison of Lucie Dietrichová, Virna Pelika and Viktoria Škáchová. Viktoria Škáchová now live, and she started really well to the race. She is on current position number 3, close to the road crossing. And we also have a split time of Kati Hotz. Kati Hotz is 6th on the second TV control, so Kati Hotz from Switzerland now top 6 position.
We have something like 2 minutes left before Mathieu Bierer.
Right now we have Daniel Bolachovský at the finish line. He made it in 76 minutes. How was the long distance?
I really like the weather. It's a bit rainy, but it's very good for running. So I think this is optimal conditions.
You look like you got a really nice flow already from the beginning. Were there some hesitations or some mistakes which you made, or was it a clean race?
So I felt pretty good. My legs felt strong. I started a little slower, but I tried to add a little bit of speed, but the hills were really steep and tough, so it was really hard to keep the pace until the end.
Thank you very much, and congratulations.
Yes, I did one mistake, but it was like it was only a bad route choice. So I think it was only 1 minute, and I was really tired.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We finished the interview with Daniel Bolechowski, but we have a Mathieu Bierer close to the arena. This is not Mathieu Bierer, it's Florian Nagel. But what is important is this guy, Mathieu Bierer. He is so fast he couldn't manage the turn almost, but he's running for the first place and gold medal currently in the finish area. He's 1 minute ahead, and we will see what will be his time at finish. It looks like it is still 1 minute ahead of Daniel Bolechowski. Yes, now we got the time, and it's 75 minutes 6 seconds. First place, and the biggest favorite overcome the mistakes on the course and came here into the arena in the first spot, 1 minute and 1 second ahead of Daniel Bolechowski.
He nailed it, and he knows it, but he also knows that he made some mistakes on his way. We saw big mistake to control number 1, we saw another smaller hesitations on his way, but in the end he showed his extremely fast legs and physical potential, and he ran extremely well.
𝐼𝐿 Thun starting right now.
Second from yesterday's sprint distance, 𝐼𝐿 Thun. Norwegian runners came to the Czechia with really good shape, and we are looking forward to how they will perform in the forest as well. And I think Norwegian should be maybe even better in the forest than in sprints.
Especially these fast ones from the sprint. It is a nice coincidence that Filip Jančík, 4th in sprint, yesterday's sprint, he's starting 2 minutes behind 𝐼𝐿 Thun. So here we have a very strong cluster of runners heading into the first control, heading into the forest.
But we are back in GPS comparison, and we can see different route choice of Bierer and Bolechowski to control number 16, and maybe the Bierer's choice was faster. We discussed this route choice before the broadcast, and almost the same route choice to control 17, and then simply, I think Mathieu Bierer was faster in the end. He knew that he made a mistake, he pushed extremely hard, and he showed really good physical capacity today.
Definitely, his time is 75 minutes, but we could see that he made more of a mistake, so he could be really close to the estimated winning time of 70 minutes. So there is a potential to have the faster times into the finish, maybe.
Here you can see the comparison of variants of Control 11. This is a women's class. You can see that, or we could see in the broadcast that many runners were choosing the green one, but I think the red one is actually faster.
I think the colors are right, because the blue option is the finish option, I might say. You know, the straight option is yeah, mostly used by the Finnish runners. This is the 10th control of the course.
Of the men's course, yes. And we are waiting for some more action, because we have Matěj Bírer in the lead, Daniel Bolehovský second, Sandre Olausen third in the finish right now. Now we are following Lorenzo De Biasi on the refreshment control. Italian runner is in a top 30 position right now. There is a comparison of Tuva Ostgård, Lucie Dietrichová and Viktorie Škáchová, two Czech runners and Swede. And we can see the gap that was created by Lucie Dietrichová in the first part of the race. And we can see Tuva Ostgård live towards the road crossing. And Viktoria Škáchová, she is also performing really well so far. Viktoria Škáchová is keeping third position on this refreshment control, and we are waiting for Tuva Ostgård here. Tuva Ostgård is performing well, but she's behind Lucie Dietrichová. That's visible from the GPS, and she is late also for the time of Viktoria Škáchová. Tuva Ostgård, and here is she is refreshing herself. It's even it's not hot weather today, it's a really challenging long distance, and now Tuva needs to cross the road, and she will cross the stream or a small river, and she will start ascending to the hilltop, which is a really rocky hilltop.
While watching Tuva Ostgård, I can tell you that the Swedish runners are not performing well again. Of course, we have a Klara Borg third in finish, but there is Verna Pelika and Zelina Sandvald who are faster than her. And in men's class it's Switzerland, Czechia, then two Norwegian runners and another three Swiss runners in the first 7. It means we have 4 Swiss runners among 7 bests at the moment here in the arena, so strong performance.
In the meantime, we were following also Ingeborg Røhl-Mosland from Norway, and she is new, number 4 in the finish. We unfortunately missed her by picture, but Ingeborg Røhl-Mosland also really good performance in the finish. But now back to the men's class. Ludwig Rosier Eliaren and Alfred Bjørnerud. And here we can see a nice comparison of these 3 route choices to control number 16. I still think the left one, the Eliaren's option, is the best, but maybe not. Maybe Alfred Bjørnerud is showing us that if you are fast enough, you can be much faster on the road from the right. But probably the straight finish, so-called finish variant, is the slowest on this leg.
Another Norwegian at start right now, Philip Lehmann Rumuren, gold medalist from the sprint relay. So we should expect another fast start towards the first control. We will see if he will stop and check the map properly as Swedes do, or if he will be quick directly from the start. But now
Viktoria Škáchová, we mentioned that she is performing really well. Now she is almost walking, maybe some small hesitations, and she's looking for the control, and here she is. This is the rocky hilltop. It's control number 9 of on women's class. And she is approaching the control number 10. Really beautiful rocky area here around controls 8, 9, 10 in a men's class. We can see it on GPS tracking here.
And since Zelin Sandvald, he was ahead of Viktoria Škáchová on the crossroad, made a mistake somewhere here. I think Viktoria Škáchová, if she will run clear leg towards the 10th control, she can take the 2nd spot behind Lucie Dietrichová, and we can come back to my question towards Kuba, which I was trying to ask like 40 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Kuba, what would you pick? Run straight, keeping the hill, or do it like 𝐃𝐄𝐒 is doing right now?
I think 𝐃𝐄𝐒 did it pretty well. I think the vegetation barriers in Czechia are very visible, and in this area it was visible. So if you keep this line and then find a good attack point, then it is the easiest route how to get to the control.
But where she is, we saw her on the picture and now she is gone. It looks on some mistake of 𝐃𝐄𝐒, unfortunately, on this TV control.
I know about this control well because this rock is not so visible.
Yeah, here she is. So a mistake in a live broadcast by 𝐃𝐄𝐒, unfortunately, but still she's second. She lost some seconds here, maybe half a minute loss for 𝐃𝐄𝐒 on 𝐄𝐒 Dietrichova, but she's still second. 3 minutes 58 seconds behind 𝐄𝐒 Dietrichova right now on this TV control.
But still, even though she made a mistake and we could see the mistake live, she was 1 minute and 20 seconds faster than Zellin Sandvald in this part of the race, in this rocky technical loop. So no bigger problems for Victor, but it's a little bit pity to not hit the control just directly when she took a safe route choice, as we talk about it with Jakub.
And as we can see, Unni Strand-Carlsen discussing with Aaron Lesch from Hungary, the F.F.C.O Commission members. We can now see a comparison on the men's course to leg number 5, and there is Florian Nagel running from the left, Elia Gartman from the right, and Christopher Strumpf is also doing the right variant, so Elia Gartman is on the straight one.
But what is maybe a little bit more important is that we had a punch from 𝐿ucia Dietrichova. She is 4 or 5 minutes in front of the arena. We will have her soon, but she is leading by 7 minutes right now in the forest. That's huge. I think this is the way how you should defend your gold from the last year, and this will be tough for anyone to beat because 𝐿ucia is running extremely well until now, so we hope she will bring it home here into the Finnish arena.
She is still not at the finish, but I have a feeling 𝐿ucia will make it again.
We saw Guillaume Vero in the meantime, but we are waiting for 𝐿ucia Dietrichova. Guillaume Vero from France, he is on place 11 in the finish right now, and we are still waiting for 𝐿ucia Dietrichova on this split time, and it's the second last control. We are waiting on the punch of 𝐿ucia Dietrichova on this second last control, and very soon we will have her in the arena in 𝐿ucia.
And she punched the pre-last control, and she is leading by 7 minutes and 24 seconds.
She's increasing her lead, incredible.
But she's increasing her lead by every inch, I think. It's incredible. That's a speed, and I think it will be noisy right now here in the arena.
Yeah, the home crowd is now really loud because we have 𝐿ucia Dietrichova here in the arena, and she's running extremely well today.
I think this is the fastest run into the finish. It was the definitely fastest run in the forest. But what a speed of 𝐿ucia Dietrichova, and probably you can hear the noise here in arena in 𝐿ucia in Czechia. I think this is how you should defend the gold, how you should bring it home on the home soil. 𝐿ucia Dietrichova is leading by 7 minutes and 27 seconds right now, and this looks very good for her, for defending gold medalist. And I can tell you that Henriette Radzikowski punched the first split and she is already 2 minutes and 33 seconds behind Lucia. So I think this is great. This is just great, and I don't know what we should expect from the others, how they can beat Lucia.
And we can see the GPS comparison, Lucia Dietrichová, Zelin Zandvald, Klára Bor, and look at the gap between Dietrichová and the rest of the start field. It's incredibly right now by Lucia Dietrichová in the arena. We can see again finish choice straight by Virna Pelika, but Lucia Dietrichová, really incredible performance, 74 minutes 48 seconds. It's the leading time right now, and we are waiting for Henriette Radzikowski. Henriette, the gold medalist from last year's JWOC middle distance, the bronze medalist from yesterday's sprint distance, and now she is heading to the refreshment control in the middle of the course. But here we can see her comparison with Dietrichová and Škáchová, and we can see that Radzikowski is late.
And we could see that she started to climb up towards the second control, probably too early. I think it would be wise to follow the path or road a little bit more and climb up through the white forest towards the second control. But what we can see, Viktoria Škáchová is doing great today. She is still woman 18, but she was so strong in the forest selection races here in Czechia for the JWOC 2024, and she is proving that she really deserves her spot in the team for this JWOC. She is still keeping second place in the forest, and she is matching Henriette Radzikowski so far. So could it be another medal for Czech team in the women class, because Victoria is really doing great right now.
We will see, but now we are waiting for Henriette Radzikowski, and we can see some mistake. Oh, Henriette Radzikowski was losing 2.5 minutes on the previous control, and this is the control just ahead of the refreshment point on the road crossing, and we can see that she's hesitating, and this is yeah, this can be a game-changing mistake. It looks like Henriette Radzikowski is not really sure where is she right now. I think yeah, she will soon be on that split time, but this is a big mistake by Henriette Radzikowski. Time is ticking for Henriette Radzikowski to Lucia Dietrichová, and she now goes in totally opposite direction. Oh, this looks not very good for Swiss runner.
Of course, it would be great to have a gold medal for the home crowd, but we feel very sorry for Henriette Radzikowski right now.
Right now we have Lucia Dietrichová at the finish with time nearly to 75 minutes. I can say now you are very close to win long distance at the JWOC this year again. We cannot say it surely, but you have a good chance. What are your feelings right now, and how was your race?
I'm really satisfied with my performance, but the best girl starts in the end, so we have to wait and then we will see. But I'm really satisfied with my performance.
There were so many route choices on the course. Do you think you picked the right ones?
Actually, I'm not sure, but I'm satisfied with my route choices, but I can't say what was the fastest one.
Yeah, we saw you did pretty well through the whole course, and I must congratulate you, and we have to wait until the end, but I am sure you did it pretty well. Thank you for your interview.
Thank you.
And we still can see that Henriette Radzikowski is unable to find sixth control. This is a huge mistake. It's a lot of minutes, and that means the end of any hopes for Henriette.
But we also can see a mistake of Viktoria Škáchová here, but she did a smaller mistake, much smaller than Henriette Radzikowski. Look at the Henriette Radzikowski GPS. She is really confused here. And she still did not punch the control, I think so. So we managed to have the interview in the meantime. This looks really bad for Henriette Radzikowski.
I can tell that it is already 5-minute mistakes on this control.
It almost looked like that she stopped on the path. Yeah.
I really don't understand what happened over there, because 5 minutes on this control, such a short leg, close to the passage over the road. We see Adam Zritka-Vesely, I guess, here on road passing.
Yeah, he is on position 13 right now on this road crossing. We are still waiting here for Henriette Radzikowski, but still no punch by Swiss girl.
In the meantime, we can tell that Matthew Viren and Daniel Bolhevsky are quite safe in the lead. There is Apo Virkajärvi sixth and road crossing. We have Yael Malach at start right now. Can she bring another good performance for France? Can she be in top 10 today?
Definitely she has a capacity, definitely top 10 contender, but we will see. We saw a lot of great French performances in the sprints, but unfortunately no medal for them. So they definitely deserve a medal for their JWOC so far, but we will see how they will perform in Forest.
Now I can tell you that Henriette Radzikowski finally found the control number 6, and soon we will have her. Oh, now we have her punch. It's 8 minutes behind Lucia Dietrichova, so she lost 5 minutes and 40 seconds here.
Incredible. It's a really extreme, huge mistake. Really hard to say what exactly happened. But we saw not a very good start by Henriette yesterday, and then she still managed in the end to be so fast that she won a medal. But I mean, 5 minutes and 30 seconds, it will be hard. It will be very hard, and I think she will be demotivated after this mistake, and yeah, it will be really hard to focus, and we will see.
But to defend Henriette, of course you can do such a mistake here if you want to do a good race, but right now when I am following GPS tracking, many women runners are doing mistakes on this control, so it looks quite easy from map. It looks quite easy when you have a time there up in the forest, but probably it's not so easy from the direction of the 5th control.
Yeah, I was there on that control, and the cliff is not very big, it's not very visible, and it's quite up in the slope, and we can see that many girls are running straight through the green area, and then they end up below the control. And I think the safer variant how to approach this control is to maybe climb a little bit and go from the top, from the fence, because then it's a much safer way. And we have a sun, and it means we have also some aerial pictures now on that road crossing. And we are waiting for another action in the result list of today's long distance here in Hurki. And in the meantime we have a first split by Mattia Glerschen, Well, definitely a medal contender from Norway, but she did not start really well. She is 3.5 minutes behind right now, and soon we will have Mathia Glersen on the road crossing in the middle of the course.
I followed Mathia in the beginning, of course. She didn't make any mistake, but she had some hesitations already in front of the first control and also on the run out from the first control, so she was doing kind of a S-shape route choice to the second control, so I think she is constantly losing to Lucia Dietrichova because of the hesitations, and yeah, her run is simply not so smooth. When talking about women, we can recap standing at the finish. Lucia Dietrichova is first, leading by a huge margin, 7 minutes and 27 seconds ahead of Virna Pelika, and third spot right now for Zelin Sandvald. And here we can see what happened to Zelin Sandvald. Probably.
No, it's Svante Selin
from
Sweden in the men's class. And Svante Selin, definitely one of the favorites of the men's class. He is now live in the most tricky part of the course on the rocky hilltop. In the men's class there is a map exchange on control number 8. So he changed the map and now he needs to read the map carefully and approach the cliff on control number 9, and unfortunately we have probably some injury, and that's always not a good. Unfortunately we have some injury, we don't know who is injured, but yeah, I mean the terrain is really fast, it's a beautiful forest, but when it comes to the rocks then it's really tricky, hard to run there. The rocks are quite sharp and it can be quite easily that you can get injured. So let's hope it's nothing serious and all athletes will be okay and finish and enjoy 2 days long distance here in 𝐿.
You could see that before our streaming, or in the beginning of our stream, when we were shooting together with Jakub in stony areas. It was really, the ground is broken there, and it got wet and slippery due to the rain. Even though it's getting sunny or partly cloudy right now, it will be still slippery in the forest, Jakub, I guess.
Yeah, I think it won't get any better until the end of the race, because the forest is still wet all the time, and in those areas it can be really dangerous, and the runners have to also consider slowing down and reading the map while standing or while running slower than normal.
And here he is, Svante Selin from Sweden, and we can see some hesitations in the rocky part on the hilltop.
He's running towards the 10th control of men's course. You could see that control before on static camera. We could see a mistake from Viktoria Shkachova there, and Svante Selin is doing maybe not a mistake, but this hesitation is it costs him a time, definitely, and it looks like it will be a mistake. It is very difficult.
He's too high in the slope. He needs to descend more to the control.
But what do you think about Lucia Dietrichova's performance? Because she just ran through the same area, but no hesitation, no stops.
Amazing. She really ran really good on this. Like, it's a bit different in the women's class than men's class, but now we can see Svante Selin finally found his control, and he is on position 15. So he lost 6 places in this technical part.
And 2 minutes.
And 2 minutes. So really he was not very fast.
It looks
and we
like
have Mathia Glersen. She punched the refreshment control and she is 4th. So she is improving her result. Unfortunately we did not see her by picture because we were following Svante Selin, but Mathia Glersen from Norway, 4th place right now, 4:17 behind Lucia Dietrichova.
Right now we can see on the first split Riitta Märamaroši, which is losing already 4 minutes to 𝐿ucia Dietrichová.
And we can see again the huge mistake by Henriette Račikovský on control number 6, and also a mistake by Viktoria Škáchová, but Viktoria Škáchová realized it quite soon and she saved it, but Henriette Račikovský was totally lost. I really don't know what happened there, because she must knew that she is on the path, but yeah, she was really looking and reading the map really long time, and as we saw, she lost 5 minutes and 40 seconds here, and it's really a game-changing mistake.
And another punch from the passage over the road from one of the favorites, 𝐃𝐻𝐻, but 𝐃𝐻𝐻 is 5 minutes behind 𝐿ucia Dietrichová, running into a 15th place right now. And now we have 𝐃𝐻𝐻, sorry that I was late, I was behind the race, but 𝐃𝐻𝐻 is running into the finish, and the gap is much bigger right now. It's 10 minutes at last control, and 𝐃𝐻𝐻 will come into the 6th spot probably. Yeah, it will be 6th place for 𝐃𝐻𝐻 right now, but a huge gap to 𝐿ucia Dietrichová, currently leading at finish. It's 10 minutes and 11 seconds behind 𝐿ucia Dietrichová, and it means 6 spots. But we have to mention that 𝐿ucia is leading by 7.5 minutes.
So 𝐃𝐻𝐻 in the finish, she's smiling, so it looks she is satisfied with her performance. And now we can see a comparison of Viktoria Škáchová, 𝐿ucia Dietrichová and Riitta Märamaroši, and we can see clear tactics of Riitta Märamaroši going around and using path. It's obvious from the very beginning of the course that she is really trying to save the climb and use the packs and tracks as much as possible, and very soon we will have Riitta Märamaroši on the road crossing.
But we can tell you already now, she is 4 minutes behind. I think it will be not enough to beat Viktoria Škáchová, definitely not to beat 𝐿ucia Dietrichová.
So Riitta Märamaroši, she is behind. So probably her tactics is not the best so far, but she is here and she is 4:11 behind. Riitta Märamaroši, the biggest Hungarian favorite. She is better in sprint disciplines, but she can perform really well in the forest as well.
Now we can see that 𝐃𝐻𝐻 has read out her SI card, and unfortunately she is mispunched.
It's a pity for 𝐃𝐻𝐻. We don't know what happened, but unfortunately, yeah, it's confirmed mispunch by 𝐃𝐻𝐻 in the finish. It's a pity after almost 85 minutes of the challenging long distance.
Yes, and we could read out from her face that she didn't know about the mispunch, definitely not, when she crossed the finish line. Odin Egg, right now Odin Egg into the finish. It's a 7th place currently, 7 minutes and 22 seconds behind current leading Matthew Bierer.
And we are following Aapo Virkajärvi, and Aapo Virkajärvi is performing well. He is behind, he is 2:30 behind, but still it's a really good performance, and he is in the fight of top 3. So we will see what will be his intermediate split time on control number 10. I think he is maybe choosing wiser route choice to control number 10 than we saw from Svante Selin. He is keeping the height. He started below the big cliff, which is quite clear attack point in the forest. And now it's important if he will see the big cliff just in the control circle.
I think Svante Selin tried to play it safe, but that was not managed well.
And we have 𝐼𝐄𝐃𝐄𝐍𝐂 here, and he's 6th. 3 minutes 45 seconds behind Mathieu Birer, or no, he's behind Daniel Bolehovský on this split time, and 3 minutes behind Mathieu Birer on that split time.
But we have interesting information from the first split, because Filip Jančík came into the 3rd spot, just 26 seconds behind Mathieu Birer. That's a very good start from Slovakian. He's a very good sprinter. He is an 𝐄𝐻 champion from 1.5 week ago from Poland. He's a podium contender in every sprint race. He was 4th yesterday, just 1 second behind the 3rd spot, and he started very well also today in 𝐄𝐻 running long distance.
And we are waiting for Filip Jančík on the first TV split. Filip Jančík, and I think he chose a really wise route choice towards control number 6. He should avoid the mistakes of Henriette Radzikovský
and many others.
And he is running around using the path, and he will attack the control from up, and soon Filip Jančík on the TV control.
We could see earlier that this is a route choice of Daniel Bolehovský, and he didn't lost any time on this route choice. I think it's a smart move to do, and we will see that here in comparison. We have a Jančík, Bolehovský and Birer, and I think we will run together with them towards the 6th control, when we will be live already with Filip Jančík.
And we can see now we saw the route choice by Filip Jančík, but we can see that also Daniel Bolehovský and Mathieu Birer did it. I think in a men's class it's better to run this way.
Around, yeah.
And it's maybe more obvious than in women's course.
And it's getting noisy, it's getting louder here in the arena, because we have a pre-warning punch from Viktoria Škáchová.
But Filip Jančík, we were talking that he made a wise route choice, but he is in mistake right now on control number 6. So probably first we will see Viktoria Škáchová to the finish, because Filip Jančík is now in a big mistake. But this is somehow cursed, this place. I don't know what's happening there, but these controls just ahead of the road.
I think so. I think Henriette and Filip should shake their hands, because they lost their hopes on the same spots. But now we are in the finish corridor. We are close to the finish line. All of us waiting impatiently for Viktoria Škáchová. She was almost 6 minutes behind Lucia Dietrichova at pre-warning, but it meant a clear 2nd spot ahead of Virna Pelika from Finland. So we expect to have 2 Czech runners in first 2 spots here in the arena.
Till we can see the huge mistake by Filip Jančík. I don't really understand what's happening right now, because the control point is in the slope. He is in a more flat area, in a marshy area.
My opinion is that he climbed up to the road, and on the road he forgot where he actually is. When he turned down, he started to think about that he turned too early, and then he started to go to the left, and now he is totally lost. Totally lost.
We can see him running and crossing marshes, which makes no sense, you know.
Yeah.
Really huge mistake of Filip Jančík, and now the crowd is getting ready for another home jersey in the finish line, and it should be 𝐃𝐄𝐒 𝐃𝐄𝐒. 𝐃𝐄𝐒 is performing really well.
Now we should have Victoria at the last control in 15 seconds, if I'm right. Or pre-last control, my apologies, but it is just, yeah, she's there. 5 minutes, 58 seconds behind 𝐿ucia Dietrichova, so it means she didn't lose anything to 𝐿ucia last 3 minutes. And we will have gold and silver medal positions for Czech runners in women class.
And here she is. 𝐃𝐄𝐒 is running extremely well. Last downhill, and now she will approach the medal, and she's in the arena.
Very good pace to the finish. She has I guess whole family here, and all the fans are cheering on 𝐃𝐄𝐒 running into the finish for the silver medal position behind her teammates.
Yeah, she flies like a bullet train towards the station finish, and really good performance by 𝐃𝐄𝐒 in the finish. And she's second, 5 minutes 59 seconds behind 𝐿ucia Dietrichova. The gap is huge, but still she's better than Virna Pelika, than Zelin Zandval, than Klara Borje. So a really good performance by 𝐃𝐄𝐒.
And if you look into the split times and intermediates, I think that Victoria has a very good chance for the medal. Still, because all of the favorites like Imogen Peters and Emma Emilsson, Elisa Goch-Iversen, Tuva Estengård, all of them are many minutes behind 𝐃𝐄𝐒 already at the first split.
Yeah,
so this is a great day for Czechs.
This is no coincidence, because 𝐃𝐄𝐒, she had a really strong performances already during the selection races. She was able to compete with 𝐿ucia Dietrichova, and 𝐃𝐄𝐒 is showing that she is really well prepared for this year's JWOC, this year's home JWOC on the home ground. She is a runner from Prague, so it's not far away from her home, here close to Pilsen. And she is still women 18, if I'm not mistaken, so still 2 JWOCs for her, and 𝐃𝐄𝐒 performed really well during 2 days long distance.
She is 𝐄𝐒 medalist from the past years, but it looks like she can be JWOC medalist already. And we are back to Filip Jančík's situation there in the forest. And I am curious if we will see Filip finding the control eventually.
Yeah, Filip Jančík was running really well. He was third on previous control number 5, just some half minute behind, and now he is here on the refreshment control, and he lost 6 minutes. So exactly the same mistake as Henriette Radzikovský, only in different part. I mean, like, Filip was more to the west from the control, Henriette was more to the east from her control, but the same area. And again, a huge mistake. Look at the mistake. I think he missed an opportunity that he will regret, because he started really well, he started extremely well, and then such a mistake. He was thinking where he could be. I think he found himself on the road crossing, and still then he missed the control and need to climb back up. So really huge mistake by Slovakian.
I can't even imagine what do you think when you come to that road so far from the control. I think I wouldn't believe that I can be there. Now we can see 𝐿ucia Dietrichova in comparison to Elli Punto running towards control 1, and we can see a mistake from Elli Punto.
Yeah, we have a new name in the race, Elli Punto, gold medalist from yesterday, and she is in the footsteps of Mathieu Bierer.
You say that we have a new name in the game, but I think we already have a new name out of the game, because this is a...
Right now it starts to be really interesting for us, because now we have Viktoria Škáchová at the finish. It is already third interview with Czech runner, because it looks like Czech team slept really well today, and it looks like all of you have a really good chances to succeed. How was your race? Did you catch a good flow, and how did you adjust your speed?
I wouldn't tell you that I got a good flow, because there were some mistakes and misunderstanding with map in my from my part. I wouldn't say also that the route choices were the best, because usually I tend to do the middle part, or I don't use path so much, so it's not usually beneficial for me, but so far it looks like it was good race.
Right now there are still some more runners, but I can say already that this is going to be a good result. Thank you for your interview and good luck.
Thanks.
And we can tell you that there are no other medal contenders so far running in the forest, so we have to wait some more minutes for another favorites and medal contenders running and starting into forest.
Now we have 𝐿ucia Ďumike from Latvia. She is passing through the finish line on place 11. 88 minutes, 17 seconds, 13.5 minutes behind 𝐿ucia Dietrichova.
Also in the men's class we have a good time when punching the control on the crossroads or passage of the roads. It's Tautvydas Rimkus from Latvia, 9th place, 3 minutes 40 seconds behind Mathieu Bierer.
And here the GPS comparison of 𝐿ucia Dietrichova, Viktoria Škáchová and Tamara Maroši. 𝐿ucia Dietrichova is close to the straight line, or she's trying to be close to the straight line. Rita Maroši is using paths and roads much more.
We can see some entertainment in the arena. As we told you already, there is a Czech Orienteering 2 series starting together, accompanying JWOC 2024. We are glad to see that, because it means a good crowd and good atmosphere today, and also for the next races. Yeah, maybe we see a future stars of world orienteering, and we will see them JWOC in, I would say, 14-15 years.
Yeah, that would be really nice. And we are now waiting for some action, and I think soon we will see Tuva Ostkengold. She is getting close to the arena, and she is behind. She's behind 𝐿ucia Dietrichova, but she's still in the fight for the podium.
But it's not a rare situation to be behind 𝐿ucia Dietrichova today. She's behind almost 10 minutes, but it means 7th place right now. Really, if there will be someone who can be just 5 minutes behind 𝐿ucia Dietrichova, she will definitely reach a podium. So it looks like a big gap today. between the first one and the others. But let's see what will happen in the next minutes, and let's say in next 1.5 hours, then we should know more about who will take the medals from today's long distance here at JWOC 2024 in Czechia. You can see that the arena is getting more and more crowded. I think it has two reasons. We are closer to the biggest favorites probably. We are getting closer to the start of the accompanying race, and we are getting a better weather. That's also a factor.
And here we have another medalist from yesterday. The winner of yesterday's sprint, Michaela Novotná. Michaela Novotná is also able to run a really good long distance. We already saw the finisher in Punto who won, or who shared the gold medal with Michaela yesterday, and she did a huge mistake for the first control. So we will see if Michaela Novotná can be, let's say, more calm after the victory, and if she can perform in a similar way like she did yesterday. And here she is on her way, and she turned immediately to the forest. Usually we saw runners following the path from the start, but the forest here is really fast, so I think it doesn't matter if you use the path or run straight.
I think she wanted to avoid those fallen trees, so she didn't have to slow her pace, and I think she's in a perfect situation today, because her goal yesterday was, I would say, a little bit unexpected, and we expected a good result from her, but gold is definitely something special. And right now she's in a situation, she has a gold in her pocket, and we know that she is fast, which is good for today, and she's from Turnov, which means she is used to run in much more technical, difficult terrains.
We have two Ostkan gold. She just finished, and she is 7th. I told you that she will be in the fight for top 6 position, in the fight for podium, and she lost that fight, and she's 10 minutes 13 seconds behind on place 7. Lucie Dietrichová, Viktorie Škáchová, Virna Pelika, Zelin Zanwald, Klara Borje, Ingeborg Roll-Mosland. This is the top 6 right now in the women's class in the finish.
And I have to tell you that there is not much happening in the forest at the moment, because yeah, it's delicious race today, we can see that. But Tuva Östangård is 7th at finish, and she still keeps the 8th place at the first split, which means that there is no faster runner in the forest right now than 7th Tuva Östangård. Maybe Rita Maramaroshi, maybe Matea Glershen. We will see them in some 15 minutes here in front of the arena, and we will cheer on them. I guess they will fight for podium. Definitely not for gold, but they can fight for medal, they can fight for top 6. Now we are following Iversen from Norway. She's a very good forest runner. I think she won selection races. I don't know if it was middle or long, but yeah, we were told that she's much stronger in the forest than in the sprint.
Yeah, but she did not start it really well. She was 5 minutes behind on the road crossing, so we will see. But we can tell you that we have another Finnish girl who started really well, and it's Eva-Liina Ojanaho. Eva-Liina Ojanaho is second on the first intermediate split time. She is 2 minutes 4 seconds behind Lucie Dietrichová. So you can see how well performed Lucie Dietrichová from the very beginning. She's still leading on all intermediate split times, and she is leading now 2 minutes margin to 𝐿𝐿 𝐄𝐒 on the first intermediate split time. So soon 𝐿𝐿 𝐄𝐒 on the first TV control, and we can see pictures of Elisa Götz-Iversen. She is now heading towards the second TV split time. On the left you can see the cliff, and this is the previous control, I believe. This is control number 9, and she now will descend to control number 10. It's really beautiful ridge here. There are rocks and stones from both sides. I think it's wiser maybe to run on the top of the ridge as Lucie Dietrichová did, or to avoid it completely as Viktorie Škáchová did. Always in the slopes there are, you know, some fallen stones, and it's always a little bit slower. But here we can follow her in a really beautiful forest here in Brdy Mountains. Brdy Mountains, it was a huge military area in the past, but some, I don't know, 10 years ago, maybe less, it was released for public, and now it's a national protected area. And we are glad that we can compete here, because it's a different terrain than north of Pilsen, where we will have the middle distance and relay. I think it's really good when we have a good diversity of this championship, that we will see 5 very different races.
I believe so, and now we can see a hesitations athlete, or maybe already a mistake from Emilia Götz-Iversen. Now I think she knows where she is, and she took the right direction towards the control. But this is so different from what we could see from Lucie Dietrichová. That was perfection. I think that was the best orienteering we could see. She took just a straight route choice from 9 to 10 control, and she didn't even hesitate. She just found the control and ran away.
Yeah. And she is on place 9 on the TV control, 6:33 behind for Elisa Götz-Iversen from Norway.
So it means she didn't even make any mistakes, but she lost 1.5 minutes to Lucie Dietrichová over there, just on hesitation.
And as you can see, 𝐿𝐿 𝐄𝐒 approaching the TV split on the road crossing. And 𝐿𝐿 𝐄𝐒 is now on control 6, and it looks like that she has it, she found it. Let's hope for. And as you can see, Viktorie Škáchová made a mistake here, so 𝐿𝐿 𝐄𝐒 is second. And soon we should have new second best time on the TV split number 1 on the road crossing by 𝐿𝐿 𝐄𝐒 from Finland.
She's out of reach of Lucie Dietrichová, I guess, but we are glad to see that, because it will make it even more exciting, because 𝐿𝐿 𝐄𝐒 is definitely attacking a medal today.
So very soon 𝐿𝐿 𝐄𝐒 to the intermediate split time. And we are waiting for 𝐿𝐿. And here she is. And we have a punch for 𝐿𝐿 𝐄𝐒, 3:02 behind. Let's drink some water quickly. And now she needs to cross the road, and she needs to cross the stream and start ascending towards the rocky uphill.
We have Cameron at the finish from South Africa. You were in the terrain for almost 115 minutes. Tell me, how was your day out there in the forest today?
Very long and very tough. It was tough from the start, nice first control, and then a horrible uphill to number 2. My legs were already tired from the sprint, so yeah, it was just a tough race. But after number 2, it went slightly better. just a long day out, but very nice course. Not too challenging, but very nice.
Are you looking forward also for the middle distance? You have already three races behind you, or 2 races actually, and it starts to be really tough now, but tomorrow it's the rest day, so how is your feeling about this?
I think I'll be ready for the middle, for a challenge, hopefully do a lot better in the middle, represent my country, definitely try be up there, do a lot better than last year, that's my main goal.
Yeah, your nation is really strong in rugby. I wish you a good strength in the middle distance also.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you.
It's always nice to hear from runners from these countries, and it's always nice to see many flags in the start list of the Junior World Orienteering Championships. This was an athlete from South Africa, and he is performing well. It's really tough for him, but now we go to the start where we have 𝐄𝐿𝐼𝐄𝐄. 𝐄𝐿𝐼𝐄𝐄, she won European Youth Orienteering Championships a week ago in Poland. She performed really well in the JWOC sprint distance. Unfortunately, she made a big mistake yesterday in the sprint distance where she lost some medal ambitions, but we are looking forward for her today because she performed really well also in the long distance at European Youth Orienteering Championships. And now she is on her way. 𝐄𝐿𝐼𝐄𝐄, another Hungarian favorite, maybe a top 6 contender. We will see.
But she has to do a clear race, I think, to achieve that, because we could see that she can make mistakes.
And as we see, Lucie Dietrichová and Matěj Bírer, current leaders in the finish. During the interview we missed Tautvydas Rimkus from Lithuania on the road crossing on the first TV split time, and he is 7th here, 3:48 behind, so really good start for the Lithuanian, I would say.
Yes, and we didn't highlight him, and let's see what, for example, Murenas can do as well from Lithuania.
And we can see the GPS of Lucie Dietrichová, Evalina Ojanaho and Eli Punto. We saw a huge mistake of Eli Punto on the first control, and then maybe the better route choice of Ojanaho to the control numbers 2, because yeah, I mean the GPS can be not so accurate, but it seems to me that she maybe caught some seconds to Dietrichová.
I think she was patient on the road or on the path below the ridge, below the hill. She stayed there and ran up when there was a clear fast forest towards the second control, and I think that was correct. And we could see Eli Punto running straight, of course. Here you can see the overview of the arena. You can see all the flags of all the nations competing here at JWOC 2024 in Pilsen. We have third day of JWOC here, and already 3rd race in a row. It was sprint relay on Monday, sprint yesterday on Tuesday in Stříbro, and now we are in 𝐼𝐿𝐼, where is the long distance.
And we have a comparison of 2 leaders in the finish. Matěj Bírer is now leading the men's class, and Daniel Bolechowski is current silver medal position. We can see that Matěj Bírer missed the first control, so Daniel Bolechowski was leading here. They both performed really well, and they chose the same route choice towards control number 5. Mathieu Bührer was faster on the road. It's incredible how he can speed up and how much faster he actually was on that road than Daniel Bolechowski. Now the uphill, and we all know that Mathieu Bührer is really strong in uphills, but he made a mistake here, and Daniel Bolechowski, with his precise map reading, was able to be in the lead again. And Daniel Bolechowski then maybe chose the slower route choice to control number 11, but Mathieu Bührer also was not on optimal route choice, and so he still was in the lead. I mean Daniel Bolechowski. And then we have them down in the marshy area. There are some counter details, and we can see that towards control number 14 both of the guys ran almost straight over the hill. Then Mathieu Bührer decent more in the traverse to control 15, and then he chose definitely better route choice to control number 16. And we have the preliminary results here. So Mathieu Bührer in the lead, 75.06. Daniel Bolechowski second, 1:01 behind. And Sondre Olausen from Norway third so far, 5:48 behind.
And we can see Henriette Radzikovsky, and I wanted to talk about her right now because chapeau to her, she still keep fighting. Even though she made 6-minute mistakes on 6 control, she's fighting, and she lost 4 minutes from then, but she's doing a good race after that huge mistake. And we can see that she's pushing hard towards the finish, so that's an character. She didn't stop the race, and she pushed hard into the finish, and we like to see that, even though she made a huge mistake. That's a very good attitude, I think. And she will have a deserved rest day tomorrow, so she will be able to get ready to defend her goal from Romania from the last year. Now we will follow Henriette Radzikovsky. I think she was climbing too early to the second control. That was a mistake, but the biggest mistake came right now into the 6th control. It was a huge one. I think we stopped that mistake at 5 minutes and 30 seconds.
From the Swedish runner, into position number 14.
So still huge mistake of Henriette Radzikovsky.
Soon we should have Ritta Maramaroshi at the pre-warning in front of the arena. Actually, she's in the fights for the medals. She was third at the last intermediates, and we are curious what will be the position coming into the arena here in a few minutes. In the meantime, we have a punch from Matea Glershen, one of the medal contenders, and she is 6th, but she is losing less than 1 minute to 3rd place. So if Matea Glershen has a fast ending of the race, she can reach the medal position at the finish right now, but we will see.
We are now following Evalina Ojanaho. She is climbing to control number 9, and very soon we should have her on the second split time on control number 10, and we are curious what will be the gap behind Lucia Dietrichova.
Right now we can see that Evalina Ojanaho is heading towards the difficult area with rocky hill. But now on the start we can see Kateřina Štěpová. It is one of the last women on the start. No, it is exactly the last women on the start. So now we are following the last pick up of the map from the women's class.
We can see Swedish tactic in the beginning of the race. Kateřina was 15th yesterday, and she is still women 18. And we see Evalina Ojanahov, but she's walking. Is it so steep up there? What do you think, Jakub?
Yeah, these areas are extremely steep, and during the long distance there is sometimes just not power to run all the uphills. Those steep uphills are actually sometimes better to walk, and it can be almost as fast as running these uphills. So I think Evalina knows exactly what she's doing right now.
But still we can see that she's probably losing in this part to Lucia Dietrichova, but I think even men would lose to Lucia Dietrichova in this part of the race. That was perfection on these legs, and I think Lucia Dietrichova make a huge difference here, but Evalina Ojanahov is looking good. I think she knows what she is doing on the way to 10th control. Little hesitations, but now she takes the right direction, a little bit to the right, and she should be soon at 10th control, and we soon should have a split from her. But I can tell you, it was 3 minutes behind Lucia Dietrichova, and now it will be over 4 minutes, maybe even over 5 minutes. So she is fighting for second spot with Viktoria Škáchová, but Viktoria Škáchová should be 1 minute ahead of Evalina Ojanahov here at control number 10.
Can see that the route choice of Evalina Ojanahov is really not very smooth and fast, but we saw that Lucia Dietrichova did the same route choice and she danced among the stones. And here Evalina Ojanahov, and she is actually 5th, so she lost almost 2 minutes towards this control from the last TV split. So she is now on place 5:08 behind Lucia Dietrichova, and this starts to look really great for Lucia Dietrichova.
And this starts to look very good for Viktoria Škáchová. This starts to look that Czechs could have a double today.
But we can follow Matia Glershen. I was talking about Matia Glershen, that she is in the fight for podium, and it's still valid. Matia Glershen is fighting for maybe top 6 position in the finish right now. And Matia Glershen, last meters for the Norwegian girl. And we can see her in the finish right now. 5th place for Matia Glershen.
And soon we will have here Rita Maramaroshi, but I can tell you she lost. She lost another 3 minutes to Lucia Dietrichova, and she is behind Matia Glershen as well. But she has a potential to match Matia Glershen into the finish, and she is fighting right now for 5th spot.
And we saw a mistake of Matia Glershen of control number 5, so that's maybe the reason where she lost some seconds to Viktoria Škáchová, and she also had some hesitations on control number 6. This is really difficult control for women. Many small or big mistakes on this control number 6.
It's really interesting. I think this is the control no one would expect any troubles or any decisive moments of this race, but we could see that that was the case. We always focus on the long route choices and on difficult controls, but
very soon we will have Michaela Novotná to the first TV split, and now we can see her comparison with Lucia Dietrichova. So yesterday's winner, or we had a shared victory, Eli Punto and Michaela Novotná, but we saw a huge mistake by Eli Punto on the first control, and Michaela Novotná obviously started better to the race. No mistake on control number 1, and totally different route choice to control number 2 than Lucia Dietrichova. And now 𝐿ucia Dittrichová will climb a really steep uphill, and Michaela Novotná is running on the road. So it's quite a tight battle, I would say, between Novotná and Dittrichová. So Michaela Novotná started the race really well. She is really close to 𝐿ucia Dittrichová.
And we could see that in case of Evelina Ojanaho, that this virtuous is a very fast one, and if you manage to do it right, as Evelina and Michaela did, then it's a very good one.
So we will see what will be the time of Michaela Novotná on the first intermediate control. Until now we are following Swiss jersey to the second TV split time.
And I can tell you that we are waiting for a Swedish good result today again, Dan, because Klara Borg, the best Swedish woman, is sitting in 6 spots here at current standing in that finish. And the best man is Ludwig Rosén, and he is 9th. So I still wait for some Swedish performance, Swedish medal performance. And I don't think we will see any of that from women, because there is no Swedish women. Oh yeah, we have Alma Svennerit in the forest.
Yeah, but I saw already that Alma Svennerit made a huge mistake to the second control. She started ahead of Novotná, but now Rita Marashi, oh, rumbling, bumbling, stumbling. She had some problems in the very end, but she's fighting, and there she is. Rita Marashi towards the last control. She will be late for the victory, that's for sure. She will be late for the medal, but maybe a podium. She's behind, she's now 7th. So she needs to speed up to be on podium. It's in seconds with Klara Borg from Sweden. But I think that even Rita Marashi is really fast. She will not manage it, and she will end up on 2nd place in the intermediate standings right now in finish. 𝐿ucia Dittrichová 1st, Viktoria Škáchová 2nd, and Virna Pelika from Finland 3rd. That's the current top 3 in the women's class. Then we have Zelin Zandvoort, Mattia Glersen, and Klara Borg. Rita Marashi 7th place right now in the finish.
And now we'll follow with man current standing at finish. Matthew Bierer ahead of Daniel Bolechowski. It's a close fight, just 1 minute. And 3rd, Sondre Olausen is losing 5 minutes and 48 seconds.
Here the GPS comparison of Marashi, Škáchová and Dittrichová. And we have we saw a good route choice of Škáchová to number 10, but she then made a mistake in the very end when approaching the control. And look at the margin of 𝐿ucia Dittrichová.
Right now we have at the finish Mattia Glersen. You were out in the forest 84 minutes, 83 minutes, and it was probably pretty tough day out in the forest. How was the course, and how tough were the uphills in the end of the course?
I liked the course. I think it was fun, but yeah, as you said, really tough. And yeah, but I think I did a quite good race, and yeah, yeah, it was pretty good.
How was the flow? Did you catch a good flow already from the beginning, and did you set a good pace which you kept the whole time?
Yeah, I think I came in the flow early, and no big mistakes in the start. Some small mistakes afterwards, but it was okay.
You have already 3 tough races behind you, and there are still some of them coming soon. So do you think you have still enough power for the middle distance and the relay?
Yeah, I hope so. I felt good today, so I'm looking forward to the rest of the week.
Yeah, tomorrow is the rest day. Do you have any plans for tomorrow?
Rest.
Yeah, thank you very much, and good luck for the rest of the week.
Thank you.
And the rest will be well deserved. Thank you for this picture, because we had a very interesting punch from Mats Christian Morup. He is 5th currently at the first split and heading into the second one, and he is keeping the pace. He is actually 4th, 1 minute 56 seconds behind Mathieu Bierer. He's losing to Daniel Bolechowski as well, but he is in a fight for a medal. He's in a fight for the 3rd spot currently, so very good start from Danish runner. And we have another one. Now it's get interesting. Mattia Latast, 5th place at first split, and he will be soon here at this point of the race where we could see Mats Christian Morup. So let's wait for Mattia Latast.
Here we have a comparison of Bierer and Morup. As Bierer running straight to control 2, Morup started from the right, but then he switched to the straight option. I think when you start from the right, you should finish the route choice from the right and approach the control from the north. It's probably faster.
Yeah, but still very good start from Morup, and it looks like we could have a good Danish result. Here we have a standings at finish. It's a women's class. Lucia Dietrichova, you can see the gap. 5 minutes 59 seconds to Viktoria Škáchová, 7:27 to Verna Pelika. Then we have Zelin Sandwald, Mattia Glershen, Klara Boria closing the podium, current podium of today's long distance race here in 𝐄𝐒 at JWOC 2024 in Czechia. And now I think we have Axel Bratt, the last hope for Sweden today. And as it was yesterday with Ludwig Rosén, this is really the last hope for Swedish medal or Swedish podium of today. So good luck to Axel Bratt. Will we see a Swedish tactic?
Yes, we can see it. Carefully read the map, make a plan, and then execute it. That's the clear Swedish tactics for today. I think it's a good tactics, even though the leg to control number 1 is not so long, but you never know. Yesterday there was a crucial leg already to the first control, so maybe there was a clear the coaches told them that they should be ready for that there might be such a crucial route choice already to control number 1.
We still have some favorites starting behind Axel Bratt. Actually, it's Marton Chobot, very good sprint runner from Hungary, starting just 2 minutes behind Axel Bratt. Then we have 𝐶𝐹, he was 5th last year, so he is a medal contender for today, definitely. And then we have Jan Stříček, the winner of Czech selections, probably the best hope for Czechia.
Mathieu Latast from France, 4th position right now on this TV split, 1:19 behind Mathieu Bierer. So we have a new 4th best runner on this split time, Mathieu Latast from France. And we are back on start where we have Marton Chobot. He performed extremely well in the sprint relay, the 1st place on his leg. And yesterday in the sprint distance also very good performance by Marton Chobot from Hungary. So we will see if he is able to run so well also in the forest, in this hilly forest of Birdy mountain range here east from Pilsen in Czechia.
We can see Hungarian top 10 position held by Ritta Maramarosi, sitting in 7th spot right now, so I hope Márton Sobot will be able to run into top 10 as well and bring Hungary some good result from long distance. He started very quick and yeah, that's maybe a speeding. It's really fast, but he has a good direction and hopefully he will be careful around the control and he will find it quickly and he will be quicker to this control than, for example, Mathieu Bierer. But Mathieu Bierer is leading right now at finish and he has the best hopes for the gold medal today. It would be the 2nd goal in a row for him after the gold yesterday in sprint race in Stříbro.
And soon we should have also a punch by Michaela Novotná. We already saw in GPS tracking that she started really well. She was fighting with Lucie Dietrichová, and I can tell you that she really started well. She is the only lady so far who can keep the pace with Lucie Dietrichová, even though she is behind, but she is 40 seconds behind Lucie Dietrichová right now, and soon we should see her on the road crossing.
I would like to be a Czech coach right now. I think now it looks like Czechs could have even tripled today. I know it's too early, but it looks like that, yeah, the Czechs could try to have a 3 girls, some 3 medal spots. We will see, and yeah, we are thrilled to follow the race further on.
You know, it's still the most tricky part in front of Michaela Novotná, but here Alma Svenerit. You were talking that the performances by Swedes are not really good right now, and you can see it here. Big Swedish medal contender Alma Svenerit. Huge mistake to the first control, and then look what she did to the 2nd control. Yes, I know her plan, it was quite obvious, but she totally lost a direction and she lost really lot of time to the 1st and 2nd control. And look what she did here. She changed the route choice again, so we can see like 3 mistakes already until control number 2, and that's a pity. That's a pity for her. Really not very optimal route choice by Alma Svenerit.
But we can see this is the different case. We can see 3 Czech women, Dietrichová, Novotná and Škáchová, performing well. Just Viktoria Škáchová made a little mistake towards the 6th control. We will see it shortly, but yeah, the 3 Czech women managed the first part of the race very well.
Now it's crucial for Novotná to manage control number 6. We saw what can happen on control number 6.
And we see some hesitations,
yeah, definitely.
And turns in the green area.
This is a hesitation, and we will see how much time will Michaela Novotná lose on control number 6, but she's still on clear 2nd position.
And she will be, I think she lost there 30 or 35 seconds, but she is heading into 2nd spots on this passing over the road.
Yeah, so we will see how big will be the loss of Michaela Novotná on control number 6, but she started really well. Yesterday's winner, or a shared winner with Eli Punto, as Eli Punto did not start really well into the race. Big mistake already on 1st control. Michaela Novotná is running steadily, and only a small hesitation on control number 6. It will cost her some half a minute, but
she's
yeah,
safe for
really
now.
Good performance.
She's safe for now, but I think the next part behind the road will be decisive.
Yeah, definitely. So hopefully she will not be upset of this mistake. and she will continue in high pace and high speed. 1:29 is her gap right now behind 𝐿ucie Dittrichová, but clear second place for Michaela Novotná, the winner of yesterday's sprint distance in Stříbro. So really good start of Michaela Novotná, even though we saw a mistake on control number 6. So Dittrichová, Novotná, Škáchová.
And we had Jiří Donda, gold medalist from relay last year, punched the first intermediate and he was 6th, 1 minute and 30 seconds behind Matthew Pierre, so another quite a good start from a Czech runner. And now we are following Mats Christian Morip performing on leg from 9th to 10th control. He's climbing maybe too high, I think. We will see if he will recognize where he is. Yeah, it looks like he's turning down right now, and Jiří Donda is right now on our screens. Jiří Donda is losing 2 minutes 8 seconds right now, 6th place when he is passing the roads and going into second part of today's race. Now we will have Mats Christian Marit towards the towards the 10th control. He is sliding down. It's still slippery, as you can see. It doesn't matter that it's getting sunny here in 𝐻ůrky. And we got the punch. Mats Christian Marit is 4th, 2 minutes 44 seconds. He lost 40 seconds in this difficult technical loop, but still, it's a very good performance from Danish.
Right now we have Iruka Mäki at the finish line, Japanese from Japan. You spent quite a lot of time out there today in the forest. You have already few races behind you now. What are your feelings right now, and are you tired after today's race, or do you have still enough power for the following races?
Yes, this is my second time JWOC, and last year I couldn't do my best. So in this year, and this is my last JWOC, so I tried to best, but this race is harder than last year. So I'm very tired, but I could do my best, or I could do my best, so I'm not very happy now.
I've heard that your parents are cheering for you right now from AOF TV. You can show them how happy you are after the race.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you for your interview.
Thank you so much, and thank you for cheering from Japan. Thank you.
We could see greetings to Japan, but we heard two important things: doing your best and be happy. I think that's it, and we are all of us doing orienteering to have that feelings.
And we are following Maki Iruka on a GPS tracking, so we just heard from her, and we are following her on her way to control number 4 and 5 and 6 virtually, and I think she did a really good performance so far. No mistakes, good route choices. It's a very different terrain here from Japan, and she said that it's a harder long distance than last year in Romania for her, maybe more hilly. And we follow Mathieu Latta from France and his life now, so we will see here soon, probably on control number 10, and here he goes. Mathieu Latta on his way to control number 10.
He was 1 minute and 19 seconds behind on 4th place. I think this is a very good race for Mathieu Latta so far. and we hope that he will manage to find the 10th control with any issues, so we can have another medal contender towards the finish.
You could saw how hard is it to run there, even for our camera guy. By the way, in that split time it's 𝐄𝐒, the Czech national team member, and you see how big troubles he had to follow Mathieu Latta through this rocky terrain.
And he is fourth. He is 2 minutes 12 seconds behind, and it still looks good for Mathieu Latta. He lost some 50 seconds, but he's in a fight for a medal right now.
Great performance by Mathieu Latta so far. We have clear leader in the finish, Mathieu Bührer, Daniel Bolehovský 1:01 behind. But then we have 3 runners in the battle for the current bronze medal position: Mathieu Latta, Max Christian Maru and Jiří Donda. Now we can see Australian runners enjoying their stay in Pilsen. The weather is better right now. It's partly cloudy. We can see sunshine sometimes.
We could see shortly, but we could see Philippe Lehmann, the Morin gold medalist from the first race of this JWOC, came 13th into the finish, 9 minutes 44 seconds behind Mathieu Bührer. So 13th spot for Norwegian at the moment. He is slightly faster than Prokop Tomášek.
But Prokop Tomášek still in 14th place, the youngest member of Czech national team at this JWOC. He is in men 18 first year, and he is still keeping top 15 position ahead of Svante Selin from Sweden. And we are waiting for next split times of Michaela Novotná in the women's class. Right now we are following Lucie Dytrichová, Viktorie Škáchová and Tille Desmul. And as you can see, Tille Desmul is performing really great so far. She's not far behind Viktorie Škáchová, and we will see her soon on the TV split time on the road crossing in the middle of the women's course. So soon Belgian jersey on the split time. Tille Desmul will, but she needs to find control number 6 smoothly first, which might be a problem, as we saw already several times today. We can see it on GPS by Viktorie Škáchová. She did some hesitations there. Michaela Novotná also did some hesitations there. Henriette Radzikovsky totally lost her race at that control, but it seems that Tille Desmul now finds the control and she can continue towards the intermediate split time, but not optimal approach to the control, I would say. Still some hesitations. She suddenly lost some contours and needed to climb back.
I understand the situation. When you keep the attitude, you came to the edge of the green area, and then to play it safe you would have to descend to path and from the path go up again, which is the best way probably, as we could see, but as a competitor you don't want to do that. You just try to hit it right through the green area. But it shows it's very difficult today. I'm getting nervous every time we have a GPS tracking on this 6th control.
So we are still waiting for Tille Desmul on the first intermediate split time, or first TV split time. We already saw her in the first intermediate split time, and there she is, Tille Desmul. She needs to drink a little bit of water or sport drink and get ready for crossing the road, get ready for crossing the stream, and then get ready for the uphill to the hilly last part of the course. But here, Michaela Novotná Michaela Novotná is running in the most difficult part of today's race. Joachim Zoufal is following her through the stony area, and we can see some hesitations of Michaela Novotná. Not a clear race by her, but still she is in a fight. She's in a fight.
But I think she did a smooth move to go to the right, to the edge of the green area, so now she should perfectly know where she is. And then she will just turn left to the clearing, to the open area, and she should come to the 10th control.
Yeah, Michaela Novotná, she is my clubmate, by the way, from Turnov in northern Czechia. So she's used to run in stones, in sandstone. She's used to run in mountainous terrains. I think this terrain must suit her, and we can see her. We can see her fighting, and she is fighting with Lucia Dietrichová, but she's behind, that's for sure. But she's just 1:37 behind. It's still the closest result of all other women behind Lucia Dietrichová, and she's clear second position right now.
But this is getting crazy. This is getting great for Czech team, because right now, after half of the race, we have first Lucia Dietrichová, second Michaela Novotná, and third Viktoria Škáchová.
And we have Jiří Donda as well, live to control number 10. Jiří Donda was in the fight for the podium. We will see how he is performing right now. Jiří Donda was 6th on the previous intermediate split time, and here he is. He is now thinking about his route choice to the control 11. It's really important to read it carefully and choose wisely, but Jiří Donda, he is in 5th position right now. Gold medalist from last year's JWOC in Romania from the relay. Jiří Donda, 2:32 behind Matěj Bírer. Well, 2:32 behind Daniel Bolehovský at that split time, because Matěj Bírer was behind Daniel Bolehovský here.
And we have a second split from the selection races winner in Switzerland, David Baumberger. He is 2:42 behind Daniel Bolehovský and Matěj Bírer at the second intermediate. Solid start from Swiss, but yeah, he's almost 3 minutes behind.
Yeah, I mean, in the men's race we have Matěj Bírer in the lead. We have Daniel Bolehovský in a clear second position right now, but we have a big fight for the current bronze medal position. There is Matěj Lata, there is Jiří Donda, there is Mats Christian Mørup from Denmark. So many runners are now fighting for potential top 3 position.
And there is a lot of space to manage that, because there is Daniel Bolehovský at finish at current standing, just 1 minute behind Matěj Bírer, but 3rd place belongs to Sondre Olausen, and he lost 5 minutes 48 seconds, so there is almost 5 minutes margin to fit into the 3rd spot and come home to get the medal. And I think we are waiting for Eva-Lena Ojanaho. She lost some time, and she's out of the fight for a medal.
And here she is. Eva-Lena Ojanaho running towards the last control. She must lose sometimes somewhere, but Eva-Lena is now out of the top 6, and it looks like she will not manage to get on the podium today. She's half a minute behind Rita Maramorushi on the previous split time, and it looks like 8th or 9th position for Eva-Lena in the finish. It was probably position number 8 in finish for Eva-Lena Ojanaho. Yes, indeed, 9:11 behind. So from the split time at the road crossing, she lost 6 minutes to Lucia Dietrichová, and here we can see what happened to Eva-Lena Ojanaho.
Actually, I'm not sure if anything happened to Evalina Ojanaho. I think 𝐿ucia was just much better than the others.
And we have Loic Berger, bronze medalist from yesterday's sprint distance in Stříbro. He was a silver medalist from the sprint relay with the second team of Switzerland. So a really successful man on this JWOC and really the name to follow.
Jakub, do you think Loic Berger is the last one or the only one who can beat Mathieu Pierre on the first spot and who can take away the gold medal from him?
There are still some names behind him like Florian Fritzen, but I think Loic Berger is the one who definitely has the capacity to be on the podium at least. So we have to wait until Loic Berger is at the finish, because now anything is clear yet.
We could see Mathieu Pierre making some mistakes, and we will follow Loic Berger at least on GPS tracking towards the first control, where Mathieu Pierre started not the best and optimal way this race, but still he was able to catch all the seconds and minutes and even have a gap to the others.
We can see the team zone where the runners who are already in the finish are waiting for their teammates and are following the race from the backstage. So this is a team zone on the huge spacious meadow here in 𝐿ucia, where the JWOC arena for the long distance is located. And we can see that there is a really nice atmosphere in the arena.
And maybe last top 10 or maybe podium contender at the second split, Janka Mikes from Hungary. She punched a time 40:38, which means 4 minutes and 23 seconds behind Lucia Dietrichova. It means it's 9th spot for her right now, but she is in a distance which can mean top 6, I think, here at finish in 𝐿ucia. We will follow her through the race.
And here we can see Mathieu Pierre and the runners from other countries resting in the team zone here in 𝐿ucia after really challenging long distance today. I think the atmosphere is really beautiful here in 𝐿ucia. We have quite a lot of spectators. Almost 2,000 spectators are expected in 𝐿ucia today, but the meadow is extremely spacious, so it does not seem so crowded, but trust me, it is. And you can see blue sky above 𝐿ucia. What a difference to the morning when we came here to 𝐿ucia. It was heavy rain, so I think now it's everything ready and we have really ideal weather both for spectators and for athletes on this challenging long distance today in Brdy Mountains. And again, GPS comparison. Lucia Dietrichová, Janka Mikes, Viktoria Škáchová, Virna Pélika, Evalina Ojanaho and Michaela Novotná. We can see Ojanaho and Novotná's route choice was a little bit slower than Dietrichová's one, but almost equal. Then maybe Michaela Novotná had not the best departure from control number 2, but yeah, she is just behind Lucia Dietrichová at that stage of the race, and we can see their comparison on the longest leg of the women's course to control number 4. We can see Dietrichová and Novotná starting to the right, Evalina Ojanaho running from the left and saving some uphills and some counters. But we can see that probably the Dietrichová's and Novotná's route choice was faster than Ojanaho's ones. And here we will see another comparison. Viktoria Škáchová and Virna Pélika. I bet on that Virna Pélika will go almost straight. And Viktoria 𝐃𝐄𝐒 probably around. Yes, indeed. Virna Pelika. I think probably it's really the Finnish tactics today. Straight, full speed, no mistakes.
And you can see that she didn't even want to avoid the green area and quite bushy area, and she just pushed through it, not using a wide forest with a good run ability. That's very brave, but if it suits you well, then it's the best option what you can do. In the meantime, we can tell you that we focus right now on 𝐷𝐵, Jan Stříček and Romain Pichard, also Loïc Berger and James Hemond. We have a lot of good runners in men's class right now in the forest in the first part of the race, and we have many of them as
you can see athletes from Belgium. Still no teammate of Yannick Michels.
You are talking about Belgium, and I can tell you that Tilde Smil is right now 5 minutes and 29 seconds behind Lucia Dietrichova. And it is a good time. And now we follow the Swiss selection races winner David Baumberger. He's going in a direction towards control number 10, if I'm right.
Yeah, it's really hard to run here in the slope. It's really rocky. There are many small stones under your legs, and it's really hard here. And you need to still read the map extremely carefully.
And we already know that he will be late for top 10, but still I think he will be somewhere within 3 minutes behind Mathieu Birrer. And we can see that he did something similar to most of the men on this course here. He just climbed up in front of the control, didn't keep the attitude, and now he's not aware of the control, and now he is. He punched the intermediate, but he's 7th. 3 minutes and 6 seconds behind, but it means 7th place, and he is going into a row for podium positions at least.
Yeah, but he's 7th right now, but he is actually faster than Sindre Olausen on that intermediate split time, and Sindre Olausen still keeps bronze medal position in the finish right now, so he is definitely in the medal battle.
It is. It looks like first 2 spots can be secured. We don't know, but at least the fight for bronze medal will be huge. There is 4 or 5 runners who can think about getting bronze right now. And now we follow Janka Mikes, maybe the last contender for top 10 in this race today here in 𝐻𝐻𝐾𝐒. We can follow her live from 8th to 9th control. And I will just repeat for something we said many times today. Lucia Dietrichova made a huge difference here in this part of the race.
Janka Mikes started really well. She was some 4 minutes behind Lucia Dietrichova on first split time, but she's still in the fight for medals. We can see her walking towards the control number 9, and now she punched the 9th control, and she will descend to the control 10. Look at the hard ground. It's really difficult to run here, and it's even more difficult to run here and read the map carefully at one time.
We can see that Janka Mikes is doing Lucia Dietrichova's route choice, but doing a little bit to the left from the ridge, now hesitating a little bit, and we will see if she will try to keep the ridge and run into the control from above. Yes, it seems so. but I think we will see a few more hesitations there. It is very technical here.
Janka Mikeš has a very good shape. She won the sprint distance at 𝐄𝐒 last week in Poland with impressive result. She was leading on all radios, winning with a margin of half a minute. And now the last starter of today, Florian Fritzen. Oh, sorry, the second last starter of today. But we have the second last starter of today, last Finnish starter of today, Florian Fritzen. And he is running very fast from the very beginning, using the path from the start. And soon he will need to turn right to the forest and try to find the first control.
He spent quite a lot of time in the quarantine, so I believe he needs to stretch his legs right now. We can see that he's pushing maybe a bit harder than the other guys. Let's see what is going to be his let's see how he will find the first control.
He performed well during the 𝐄𝐒 races. He had 2 top 10 results from Poland, and I think they were second together with his teammates from Finnish team. So I think he is well prepared for this part of the season. He performed 2 solid performances during the sprint relay and sprint yesterday in 𝐶𝐵RO. So we are looking forward to what he can do, what he is capable to do here in this hilly terrain close to 𝐄𝐒 at JWOC 2024.
But right now we have Márton Csobot on the first split, and he is losing 58 seconds, only 58 seconds to the Mathieu Bierer.
And now we can follow Márton Csobot, not live yet, but we can see that he started really well. He was ahead of Daniel Bolechowski and Mathieu Bierer. He's proving us that he's very fast and very quick also in the forest.
Yes, I believe his shape right now is really good, but as we could have seen, his route choice to the 5th control was a bit slower than Mathieu Bierer's and Daniel Bolechowski, so he got lost some time and he got lost his advantage to those 2 guys.
Yeah, I think he was running well, but he ran too much to the right side and it was too much around. I think he was too much rounding the hill, and he lost there maybe some 30 seconds to Mathieu Bierer and Daniel Bolechowski. Those guys are right now kings of this race because they have a huge margin to the 3rd in the Finnish Sondre Olausen. But we had another punch from Márton Csobot. We can see him right now passing the road, and we can tell you, but he keeps the margin to the first ones. He is 58 seconds behind Mathieu Bierer, so he is in touching distance to the gold medal still. So very good start and very good first part of the race for Márton Csobot. But now it will be decisive, I think. The technical part around controls 8, 9 and 10 will decide if Márton Csobot will be able to keep the pace with the best.
In the second half of the course there are still several steep uphills where you have to prove that your endurance is good enough.
Here we can see current standings at finish and still a huge lead by Lucia Dietrichova ahead of Viktoria Škáchová and Verna Pelika at 3rd spot. It would mean 2 medals for Czechia and 1 for Finland, but we know that there is Michala Novotná somewhere in the forest fighting for a medal and fighting at least for silver medal. We will try to track Michala Novotná and tell you how it looks for her right now. We know that she's heading towards the 14th control already. And yeah, that's third last control. She's running around and it looks good for her. If she managed to find last two controls, she will be able to attack a medal, and it would be a triple for Czechia.
And we have now Rachel Marxer from Switzerland to the finish. She is more than 9 minutes behind, but still in top 10. She's number 9 right now in the finish. In the meantime, when we are looking at the results of a men's class in the finish, where still Mathieu Bührer is leading ahead of Daniel Bolehovský and Sundre Olausen. And I'm following Michaela Novotná, and she is performing really well. She's still behind Lucie Dietrichova, but the gap is still very similar. It's around 2 minutes gap between Dietrichova and Novotná, and very soon we will have her in the arena.
But 2 minutes is a clear second place, 4 minutes ahead of Viktoria Škáchová, who is currently third in the finish. Oh, this could be a day for Czechia.
And let's check some GPS comparison in the men's class. We can see the possible route choices and what the athletes really did in the forest. You can see Yoshi Schmidt and Mathieu Bührer almost straight. Daniel Bolehovský started a little bit from the left, and then he is approaching the control from the straight.
But right now we can see on the first split that 𝐶EF is taking the lead on the intermediate. We are really looking forward to what 𝐶EF will perform, how 𝐶EF will perform here, since he was on the big podium last year and we have a big hopes for him.
At the same time, we got a punch from Jiří Donda some 10 minutes before he will come here into the arena, and it looks good for him. He is fourth. He is losing 4 minutes and 18 seconds to Mathieu Bührer there. But we are happy to see 𝐶EF, this New Zealander, to making it even more exciting today.
𝐶EF's father is one of the most famous adventure race guys, who is just an incredible good endurance sportsman. I think 𝐶EF has some of his genes, and
but I will skip you because we have Jan Stříček at first intermediate. He is 32 seconds ahead of 𝐶EF, 1 minute 14 seconds ahead of Mathieu Bührer. Yes, it's getting exciting in men's class. This will be great. This will be great. And as we expected, the last starters in men's race are making it so exciting to all of us spectating and watching this long distance at JWOC 2024.
Jan Stříček is not afraid. He is not afraid of going full speed already from the start. He is now leading by 32 seconds ahead of 𝐶EF and 1 minute and 14 seconds ahead of Mathieu Bührer. So my voice is starting to calm down because I will not talk anymore after finish.
Yeah, you have to save your voice because you will be interviewing many of these runners, I guess, because they are running well, so we will want to hear from them when they come to finish. But let's follow them further because they are still running just 30 minutes, and we know it takes something about 75 minutes to reach a gold medal here, so there is still 45 minutes of running for them. Let's see what will happen.
Yeah, the crucial control number 6 was found by 𝐶EF, and his teammates are excited. and waiting for his intermediate split time. And 𝐷𝐹𝐹 very soon on the road crossing. But Michaela Novotná on the pre-warning, and Michaela Novotná is still second. 1 minute 49 seconds behind Lucia Dietrichová. And here he is, 𝐷𝐹𝐹 from New Zealand, clear first place.
And we could even see smiling him and thumbs up to the camera. That's very cool. That's very cool.
Yeah, he's not very clear first place. He's 9 seconds ahead of Mathieu Bührer on that split time. So he lost some time to Mathieu Bührer, but still in the lead.
But he showed us he is a showman, and that was good to see.
And now we will wait for Jan Stříček and for Michaela Novotná in the arena.
I don't understand how you can be so calm. It's your club mate, and
yeah, but we have to be impartial, guys. So, of course, something what is now happening in women's class is it's insane. But
I think we are impartial when we are excited about that there are 3 runners of one country probably taking 3 medals, but I don't want to be too quick in the situation, because it will take some 2 minutes to Michaela Novotná when we will see her here in the arena running hopefully for the 2nd spot.
And Jan Stříček on the split time, and he is in the lead. He's in the lead, 39 seconds ahead of 𝐷𝐹𝐹 and 48 seconds ahead of Mathieu Bührer.
We could follow, it's Marton Chabot, yes, it is him. He's running through the technical part from the 9th to 10th control. This is very difficult.
Yeah, Marton Chabot is still in the medal battle as well. He is 1:46 behind on the previous intermediate split time. So we will see what will be his time on the control 10. Joachim Zufall is unable to follow Marton Chabot in such a technical terrain. But soon we will see him on the 2nd TV.
But maybe sooner we will see Michaela Novotná into the arena. I am not sure. I think it is more important to follow Michaela Novotná right now, because she is running well, and she is probably running into 2nd silver position here into arena. It should be just a few seconds when she will punch the pre-warning.
So we are waiting for Marton Chabot. Here he is. Marton Chabot, this is not Michaela Novotná. He is thinking of his route choice to control 11, and he goes from up. I think it's better route choice, and soon Michaela Novotná in the arena, and the crowd here is excited.
Yes, she punched right now, 2 minutes 8 seconds behind Lucia Dietrichová. She has a 4 minutes margin to Viktoria Škáchová, and she will be soon at the last control at 2nd place. And now we can see her. She's running very fast. She's running very fast. She wants to bring the triple home.
Let's get ready to rumble, because this is really great for the home team.
Yeah, Michaela Novotná running for a medal again. She was gold yesterday together with Eli Punto, and she will be silver today if she got everything right. We can see a high speed running towards the last control, and then it will be just some 100 meters to get into the finish line, where she will be hopefully able to celebrate the medal with her teammates.
She is sprinting very hard, and she will take the 2nd position. Wow!
What a race for Czech ladies. They've got rackets strapped to their feet. I can tell you guys, this is insane.
this looks interesting into Saturday's relay, probably. No, this is great, yeah. Now we have 𝐿ucia Dietrichova in the lead, then Michaela Novotná 2:14 behind, and Viktoria Škáchová 5:59 into third spot, currently at the finish. Fourth place for Virna Pellika, fifth place Zelin Sandvald, and sixth place right now is in the hands of Matija Glerchen. Important readouts for Michaela Novotná.
Congratulations to Michaela Novotná, and we are handing over the word.
Now there is a smile on her face. I believe the punching is all right. Yeah, like nothing, yeah.
Yeah, it looks really great.
What can happen in women's race? We have a Tilde de Smul. She is 9th, some 20 minutes before running into arena, but we should have her quite shortly here. It would be very nice, I think, for Tilde de Smul running into top 10, running a long distance.
Tilde de Smul was still in the fight for the bronze medal, maybe for 4th place, definitely for top 6. We'll see if she is able to keep her pace. And here the comparison, the 3 Czech ladies. Dietrichova ran straight to the second control, Škáchová from the left, Novotná from the right. So there was no clear team tactics in the Czech team. The ladies have chosen their own roads through the forest, and we can see 𝐿ucia Dietrichova and Michaela Novotná. They have very similar pace. They are both really fast girls. And really similar route choice of 3 Czech girls to the control number 4. And now let's hear from Michaela Novotná.
Right now we have Michaela Novotná at the finish. She is right now on the 2nd position. She is right now on the 2nd position at the finish. I don't believe my eyes, because we have right now 3 Czech girls in the lead. I have to ask you, because this is incredible job also probably by the Czech coaches, because can you tell us, can you betray us, what was your tactic for today's race?
I don't have any special tactic. I want to just try my best and don't do any mistakes.
Okay, that sounds like really confident tactic. I guess you had to prepare also some route choices, and I know that you did a lot of training camps here in this kind of terrains. We see that those performances by Czech girls are really good right now. We have to wait until the end, but congratulations so far.
Thank you.
We could say that the performance of the Czech women today was phenomenal.
We can see now the comparison in the men's class. Bührer, Berger and Bolehovský. And here we can see again huge mistake by Mathieu Bührer and really good execution of the first control of Daniel Bolehovský. And we can see that Berger made an even bigger mistake maybe than Bührer, not bigger in a time, but he was further away from the control. So I don't know what's happening for Swiss guys, that there is a magnet that's in that place north from control number 1.
And we could see Loic Berger running wrong way towards the second control, so it was a very bad start from both of them, from both of quick Swiss runners. Now we can see F.F.C.O, he was 2nd on the 1st and 2nd split, and we can see Jiří Strýček running towards the 8th control.
And 𝐷𝐴𝐴, here he is. And he's still in the lead. Still in the lead. 1:29 ahead of Matěj Bührer of that split time and 43 seconds ahead of Daniel Bolechowski. But we know that Matěj Bührer had a strong end of the race. So it will be tight. It will be tough for 𝐷𝐴𝐴, but now we will have some drama in a men's class, that's for sure.
Because there is also Jan Stříček starting behind 𝐷𝐴𝐴, and he is doing very well as well. And I think 𝐷𝐴𝐴 is a little bit quicker right now.
Yeah.
He has some 20 seconds to Jan Stříček right now.
Jan Stříček was 30 seconds faster on previous split time than 𝐷𝐴𝐴, but now he is behind, so he was not so fast in the hub hill. Maybe he spent too much time in the green area there.
And sorry to interrupt you, but we had Mattia Ladast. He was a medal contender in the beginning, but right now he came 7th into the finish.
And here we will see what happens to Jan Stříček. Maybe just the wrong route choice to control number 8, because he used the path here, but then he went through the bushy area with the dark green area, and that was the mistake. And here he comes, Jan Stříček towards control number 10. Jan Stříček is climbing to the rocky ridge here in Brdy Mountains. It's really slippery up here. Really beautiful forest here in Brdy Mountains. And here is Jiří Donda. Jiří Donda, and he is in bronze medal position right now. Jiří Donda is behind Matěj Bührer, he's behind Daniel Bolechowski, but he's fighting for current bronze medal position. Really good performance by Jiří Donda. Last meters for the Czech guy, and Jiří Donda is now running into the finish in bronze medal position right now. And Jan Stříček on the TV split time, and he's second. He's 40 seconds behind 𝐷𝐴𝐴, so it was really not good route choice by Jan Stříček, but he's still faster than Matěj Bührer and still faster than Daniel Bolechowski at that split time.
Yes, we could see that he lost 1 minute and 20 seconds in this loop behind the road, and that's a lot. That's a lot, but let's see if Jan Stříček is able to take the lead again.
Here we can see Jiří Donda in comparison with Bolechowski and Bührer. We saw that Donda lost some time on leg to control 11. His route choice from south was not ideal at all, but here Logberger, we saw his mistake on control number 1 and James Hammond. Is it James Hammond behind him? No, it's Ewan Trainer. It's Ewan Trainer, and Ewan Trainer is also performing very well on that road crossing.
But he has been caught by Logberger, which could mean that they could cooperate together probably into the finish, and it could be beneficial for both of them running into this difficult technical loop which is ahead of them.
Yeah, and we owe you the time of Logberger, and he's 6th on that road crossing split time, 1:49 behind Jan Stříček.
It's the same story as in case of Matěj Bührer. He made a huge mistake to first control. He ran a very, maybe not very, but he ran bad route choice to second control, but still he is 6th. It means that Logberger and Matěj Bührer are so fast in the forest.
We can see happy face of Jiří Donda in the finish area. He is in current bronze medal position, but there are still some 6 to 9 runners maybe who can be in fight for the medals. So we are expecting some drama in the men's class. I don't think there will be big drama in women. We have 𝐄𝐒 on the way, we have 𝐃𝐄, but 𝐃𝐄 lost some time in the last part of the race. She's 13th right now, 10 minutes behind, so she lost 5 minutes between the last 2 split times. So unfortunately 𝐃𝐄 out of the game. I mean, still great result for Belgium runner, still top 15. And now comparison of Favé, Bolehovský, Bührer and Stříček, and we can see the mistake of Jan Stříček. Or it was maybe not a mistake, it was the wrong route choice.
We can see a mistake of Matthew Bührer, that was a mistake, but Jan Stříček just took a wrong route choice. So it was okay route choice, but it was slower one. As Jakub told us earlier, the climb up alongside the cliff and 10th control was quite okay. So it was definitely wiser and quicker to run straight through the white forest and through the rocky area. It doesn't slow you down so much when you're climbing it up, how it slows you down running down and descending towards the 10th control later on this technical loop.
We can see Team Hungary, they are awaiting Márton Čobot. He is running really well on the course, so we will see Márton Čobot soon to the arena, but still some time for him to the arena.
I made a mistake recognizing James Hammond, so I can tell you right now he came into the first split and he came there in 36 spots. That is not a good start from James Hammond. He is losing 5 minutes and 15 seconds already after 30 minutes of running. Here is, I think we are live because Stříček was starting behind Favé. Favé did a mistake towards 11th control, which makes it easier for Bührer and for the others, I guess.
Do you think this is a mistake? I think he is just control. Okay, yeah, he did a small mistake in the control circle.
Yeah, I think he was running...
but I think he picked the better route choice to control 11 than Jan Stříček. We saw it in the GPS comparison. This Stříček's route choice was performed by Jiří Donda and was slower than the Zefa Favé's route choice.
And
so
we can see 2 minutes tail of Zefa Favé's GPS, and Jan Stříček is losing. He's losing more. It will be over 1 minute right now.
So we are awaiting some more drama in the end of the course. And we have a split time by David Baumberger. David Baumberger from Switzerland, he is running really well and he is faster than Jiří Donda right now on the intermediate split time, some minutes before the arena, but here, 𝐃𝐄.
The last woman who will shake with the results into top 20 at least. She performed well. Right now she punched at 14th spot and she is fighting for top 15 result. It is still a really good performance by Belgium. And yes, she's 14th at the last control, so just 100 meters towards the finish. She has a gap to 15th place, but she can fight for 13th spot actually. She was just 2 seconds behind Imogen Peters from Great Britain at the last control. And we will see right now what is the time of 𝐃𝐄. She's 14th. She is still 2 seconds behind Imogen Peters. So 14th place for 𝐃𝐄, and there is just 𝐿𝐾𝐒 fighting for top 10 in the forest. But we can assure you that it will be a Czech triple in women's category today. And we can see that 𝐃𝐄 brought some jewelry from the forest today. Yeah, 𝐃𝐄 read out and it is okay. She is 14 right now. 𝐿𝐾𝐒 is faster in the forest, and if she keeps the pace, it will mean 15th place for 𝐃𝐄. And here we see tilde small again in the picture.
In women's class, I think maybe this southern route choice to control 11 is better because the control is behind the volley, but in a men's class I think it's better to go the tilde smalls option. And here is the comparison of 3 Czech ladies, and I think we can tell you that it's almost clear. Lucie Dietrichová, Michaela Novotná and Viktorie Škáchová.
I think it's appropriate to say what a race by Czechs, what a race. And they still have Jan Stříček in the game, in the fight for the medals. And they have currently Daniel Bolechowski sitting at second spot, and now I think we are waiting for David Baumberger, and David Baumberger is running for third spot. Yes, he has a clear margin. He has 1 minute or 50 seconds to get to Jiří Donda, and David Baumberger is close to the last control, and he will take a bronze medal position at current standings here in the arena in Ħurkīt. Now we will get the punch. What a speed from David Baumberger. Yes, 3:37 behind Matthew Bierer, the current leader. She's not a threat to Matthew Bierer or Daniel Bolechowski, but she is a threat for the others. And yes, he is third, and currently he can hope for a medal. We know that there is many runners in the forest who can beat him, but we don't know what will happen next. David Baumberger is certainly satisfied. He is third right now. But it won't take long, I think, because we have right now punch from Marton Čobot, but this is his teammate Janka Mikeš. Janka Mikeš, the last woman who can fight for top 10, but I'm afraid she is too late and she is running for 12th spot. Yes, indeed, she is 12th, and I think that's all from top 20 in women's class, and the triple is sure and secure for Czechia. Now we are following Loic Berger, I believe, on the way to 10th control.
Yes, indeed, Loic Berger from Switzerland in this tough and tricky part towards the control number 10. Definitely a medal contender from Switzerland. We saw his big mistake to the first control, but we also saw that Mathieu Bierer was able with similar, even bigger mistake to take the lead in the finish. So nothing is lost for Loic Berger, but now he is hesitating. He is hesitating again. This control is really not easy. This is really tough. You need to focus as much as you can to find the control, and I think he punched the control right now. Yes, we got the punch by Loic Berger, and he's fifth, 1:26 behind Ziffa Fave.
We can see that he got some help from Ian Trainer from Great Britain, as we expected. These guys are running together. Ian Trainer is a very good runner, and they can help each other.
Right now we have Tilde Small at the finish line. Last year you took a 16th place in the long distance in Romania. This year it looks like it is going to be 15th place at the finish. I've heard from you, you made a mistake. Did it affect your performance today?
Yeah, of course. After my second control, I made a mistake, and it was hard to focus myself again. So yeah, I lost some time, and then at the end it was physically very tough, the uphill at the end. So yeah, also some other small mistakes. Not the clearest race, but it was okay.
How was your pace? Did you adjust it correctly? Did you start it slower and then you accelerate it, or what was your tactic in this side?
My tactic was to run as hard as I could on the pads and the easier zones, and then I slowed down a lot at a more technical zone. And I guess I did that quite good. Yeah.
Thank you very much, and good luck for the rest of the week.
Thank you.
Another comparison where we have Tilde Smul. It's with Viktoria Škáchová and Lucie Dietrichová, gold and bronze medalists from Czechia. In the meantime, we can recap the women standing at the finish, which we can consider as official or preliminary official, and it's Lucia Dietrichová, Michaela Novotná, Viktoria Škáchová, then it's Virna Pelika, 4th spot, Celine Sanwald, 5th spot, and Mattia Gleruschen will come for a diploma today here in 𝐄𝐒 for 6 spots. Then we have Klara Bori, the best Swedish runner of today of men and women's class counting together. Then we have 8th spot Rita Maramaroshi, Evalina Ojanaho 9th, and top 10 is closed by Rachel Marxer from Switzerland.
Yeah, it's a really good performance by Czech women today. Dave, I was thinking when we had 3 medalists in one class, in one discipline from one country, and I'm remembering 2 cases, maybe there were more cases, but I remember 2, and both of them were in Czechia. When was JWOC first time in Czechia? In 2000 in Nové Město in the middle distance. We had 3 Czech guys in a men's class on top 3 positions. It was Michal Smola was the winner, silver medal Zbigněk Hora, and bronze medal Jaromír Švihovský. And then I remember second case, it was 2013, another JWOC in Czechia, and it was a Swedish great performance on the middle distance when the gold medal was won by Emil Svensk, second was Anton Johansson, and third Jens Wengdahl. So these are 2 cases I remember, and today, again in Czechia, we have the same case.
The same case for Czechia, but definitely not the same case for Sweden, because Klara Bori is 7th, and that's the best Swedish results today. So I think it's a big disappointment for Sweden. And it's the same situation as we could experience yesterday in sprint in Striber, but we know Sweden is extremely strong in middle distance and in relay, so I believe they will get their glory later during this JWOC 2024 here in Czechia. In the meantime, we are following split times and also GPS tracking of the men's course, because we have 𝐶𝐹.𝐹, we have Jan Stříček, we have Marton Chabot, we have Loic Berger. Those 4 runners who can still fight for medals, and now we can see them on GPS tracking. You can see them as well. You can see them live in comparison to Bierer and Bolechowski.
And we can't forget also Johan Trainer, who is running together with Loic Berger, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
And they can make a really strong duo.
But then I think that Jan Stříček is getting closer to 𝐶𝐹.𝐹. I think he was like 1 minute behind, which means 3 minutes behind in the forest. It doesn't look like that right now. I know he has to climb up, but I'm not sure if this is 3 minutes, what we can see right now.
So we can see 𝐶𝐹.𝐹, Jan Stříček, Daniel Bolechowski. Jan Stříček is trying to save some climb, but he will still needs to go to the opposite slope, and it's really not runnable between controls 14 and 15, so I think it's better to approach the control as Bolechowski or Favé does.
But
And
we got the punch. We got the punch from 𝐉𝐵𝐴, and he is second. He is losing to Daniel Bolechowski, but we know that Mathieu Bierre is better here at finish. So, what will happen with 𝐉𝐵𝐴? He is some 28 seconds ahead of Mathieu Bierre here at the punch after 60 minutes of today's race, so it will be really interesting. We know that Mathieu Bierre was extremely fast in the last part of the race, so it doesn't look so good for 𝐉𝐵𝐴. It looks good for him when he wants to fight for the medal, but it doesn't look so good when he wants to fight for gold.
And in intermediate split times we have also Aimar Urquioso from Spain, and he is running also really well. 8th place right now on the second split time, and oh, it's not a second split time, it's already here on control of 14. So really good performance by the Spanish guy, and it's always good to see so many flags in a top 10.
And we can see from the split times that at this 14th control there is Daniel Bolechowski leading, or was leading. Then second place for 𝐉𝐵𝐴, third Martin Chabot, and Mathieu Bierre was 4th at that place, and we still don't have Jan Stříček there. We are waiting for the punch. So it will be so exciting into the finish. We have 3 medal contenders still in the forest right now.
And as you can see, maybe I was mistaken you, because Jan Stříček route choice was really competitive. I was afraid that his approach to the control can be tricky and can slow him down, but he's back in the battle for sure. This should be Florian Fritzen, if I'm not mistaken, one of the last starters on this road crossing.
And Jan Stříček punched, and he is 3rd, so it means that Mathieu Bierre is 5th in this point and in this part of the race. We have 4 runners who were faster at this 14th control. Oh, that will be great. That will be great.
That will be great. We are following Florian Fritzen on the road crossing. This is a nice area. It's a more like sprint route choice, where you have some fenced areas and you have to go between 2 fences, and we are waiting for the drama.
And I tell you that there are 3 runners still fighting for the medals in the forest, but I was not right, because still we have a Loic Berger in the forest, so it can be 4 of them still in the forest who can be a threat for Daniel Bolechowski and Mathieu Bierre. So right now we have 6 guys fighting for 3 medals. 2 of them are already here at the finish, but 4 of them are still in the forest.
It will be drama. I'm really looking forward how this can end up. 𝐉𝐵𝐴, Jan Stříček, Loic Berger, Mathieu Bierre, Martin Chabot, Daniel Bolechowski, Ewan Trainer now in the medal battles, and of course David Bamberger, current bronze medal position in the finish. So really dramatic, and it's always good. There is no red group in JWOC, so we are thinking that maybe we will have a medalist too soon in the finish and the race decided, but it's not the case.
And we can see that 𝐉𝐵𝐴 took the fastest route choice towards the 16 control, which is good for him, which makes him a medal contender and gold medal contender for Mathieu Bierre. We know that Daniel Bolechowski lost a gold medal position here on this route choice. This was the slower one, it's tougher one, technically more difficult.
And it looks like Jan Stříček is running in the footsteps of Daniel Bolechowski, because he is not climbing up to the path on the ridge, but he is contouring. And yeah, this looks not optimal, let's say, for Jan Stříček, because we saw from the comparison that on this route choice Mathieu Bierre was able to get back into the gold medal game.
Actually, he managed to be 2 minutes faster between control 15 and 17 than Daniel Bolechowski. And yeah, this wheelchairs maybe will cost those two Czech runners medals. But I think that's a good work from the course setter that there is no easy wheelchairs and you have to stay focused and you have to pick the right options all the way to the finish. And we can see in this synchronized GPS tracking that 𝐷𝐒𝐹𝐹 is still slightly ahead of Mathieu Bierer, but Mathieu Bierer was extremely fast here on this path, running on the ridge towards the 16 control.
And we have a punch of Márton Čobot on the... It's not the pre-warning, it's the control before pre-warning actually, but he's still keeping the pace and he's still in the medal battle. He's faster than David Baumberger, who is now in bronze medal position in the finish. So really good performance for Márton Čobot.
Here we have for an interview Eva Košárková as an assistant of head coach of Czech representation Pavel Košárek. I need to ask you a few questions because we saw an incredible performances by all Czech girls. We have 3 top places in the women's category. Can I ask you what was the tactic for this race?
We had quite standard preparation as every year, but for this race we more concentrate because the winner's time for ladies were prolonged to 70 minutes, so we train more for this long distance.
Yeah, we saw that the women's best time was 5 minutes longer than the estimated time, so it was even longer than expected, and I must really congratulate the whole Czech national team because this is incredible performance and this is just awesome for me, and thank you for your interview.
Thank you very much and thank you all fans in the arena.
We are waiting for Márton Čobot and the pre-warning, but time is running out for Márton.
You can see another comparison of Lucia Dietrichova and Michaela Novotná, but I think we should focus more on Márton Čobot right now. He is too late. He's too late for first 2 positions, but still he can be 3rd at the current standings here at finish. So now we are thrilled to see Márton Čobot briefly in the arena. He should punch free warning soon. But Márton Čobot lost 2 minutes between 14 and 17 control. That's the same story as in case of Daniel Bolechowski. So he's no more a threat for Mathieu Bierer. He's no more a threat for Daniel Bolechowski. But he will be a threat for David Baumberger. He lost some time. He is losing constantly, but still he has a 29 seconds margin in his favor before David Baumberger, currently 3rd at the finish. Soon we should see Márton Čobot, and he passed our camera, and it will be difficult for camera runners to keep the pace with Márton Čobot, but they are succeeding at the moment and they will follow Márton Čobot until he will punch the last control, and he will punch it in 3rd place. Yes, indeed, 3 minutes 12 seconds behind, and he is running for a clear 3rd spot. Will it be good enough for the medals? We will see soon, because the other contenders are close to the arena. Yeah, he knows that he did something wrong and that he lost maybe a medal. We will see in the last part of the race, but he proved that he is also a great runner in the forest, not just in the sprint.
Yeah, great performance by Hungarian. split time seems to be okay, and he's definitely on a good way for a podium, but we will see, because we have 𝐷𝐓𝐹𝐴, we have Jan Stříček, Loic Berger, we have Ewan Trainer, who is running together with Loic Berger. All these guys are still in the middle for the podium, I dare to say. And we have also the Spanish 𝐼𝐄𝐻 Diego, who is not maybe in the battle for the podium, but definitely for top 10 right now.
And again, we will see a mistake of Mathieu Birer in comparison to Marton Čobot and Daniel Bolechowski. And then we can see that Marton Čobot, yeah, that was a smart move. I think this was suggested by Kuba Chalupsky, that it is beneficial if you climb up directly from the 10th control to the path above the course lake or the lake line, and then just follow the path. And here we have a comparison, synchronized GPS tracking out from 14 and 15 control. And we know that 𝐷𝐓𝐹𝐴 took the same route choice as Mathieu Birer did, but we can see Mathieu Birer was faster. He was faster. And maybe we will see where Marton Čobot lost his leading.
And it looks like Jan Stříček is losing some time at that part, and also 𝐷𝐓𝐹𝐴. And we have a punch of 𝐷𝐓𝐹𝐴, and he is behind Mathieu Birer, 35 seconds behind Mathieu Birer on control 17. So he lost minute and a half to Mathieu Birer compared to the previous split time on control 14. So Mathieu Birer performed again extremely well in the last uphill. Exactly the same situation as he decided the sprint distance yesterday. In the last uphill he was amazing. He was much faster than other runners, and today he performed the same. So suddenly at control 16, even though he made big mistakes on his way, he performed a really good running uphill. Yeah, it's not a coincidence that he is an uphill runner, that he is a Swiss guy from the Alps, and this really suits him, I would say.
Yeah, it was visible yesterday, it is visible today. It's so simple when you see his performance. He's simply the fastest, and I think he helps himself in the uphills, as you said. And he managed today to...
Yeah, in the meantime we have a Finnish Axel Bratt from Sweden. He will be the best Swedish runner today, but he will not make it to top 10. He is on position 11 right now in the finish.
But we had a punch also before pre-warning, and it is 7th place for Diego Aymar Urquizu. Very good performance by Spaniards, and that will be a good result for Spanish orienteering here in Hurki.
But as you said, as Swiss guys are strong in the uphills, we still have to wait for Loic Berger. Loic Berger is losing only 1 minute and 23 seconds to Daniel Bolechowski, but only 14 seconds to the Mathieu Birer. So he still has a really good chance to spot for the medal.
And we could see yesterday that the Loic Berger was the only runner who could match the speed of Mathieu Birer. He was maybe even a little bit faster, so it will be extremely tight today, I guess.
But now 𝐷𝐓𝐹𝐴 to the finish, and here he goes, 𝐷𝐓𝐹𝐴. And it will be battle for the silver medal with Daniel Bolechowski. 𝐷𝐓𝐹𝐴 is behind.
You can see New Zealanders and Australians both together cheering on 𝐷𝐓𝐹𝐴. Our camera is searching for him. Yeah, here he is. Here he is in the shorts, as it is typical for him, and now He is running into the last control. It looks like he will be second. It looks like he will take the silver medal position out of the hands from Czech Daniel Bolechowski. Yes, he had a punch. It's just 5 seconds ahead of Daniel Bolechowski right now.
Incredible, incredible after 70 minutes on the course. He's racing like a cheetah on savannah and he's second! 6 seconds ahead of Daniel Bolechowski.
And at the same time we had a punch from Jan Stříček, control before pre-warning, and he is fourth. He is losing 1 minute and 52 seconds, which I think means no medal for Jan Stříček today. It can mean maybe a fight for a third or fourth spot currently with Daniel Bolechowski, but no, he is slower, he is slower.
Punch okay for 𝐶𝐹𝐵, and current second position is confirmed, but here the tracking. Comparison, Bührer, Bolechowski and 𝐹𝐵. But here is the Spanish jersey and it's Almar Diego fighting for top 10 position. And he will be maybe number 8, maybe number 9, and he is 8th in the finish, 5:55 behind. Great performance by Spain.
And
he is lying in the finish. He's empty like the other side of his map, but he did an amazing performance.
He did, and he was 10th at the pre-warning and at the splits where all the runners ran free, so there is a good chance for Spaniard to get into the top 10 on today's long distance race, and I think that's a really good result for Spanish orienteering, and we are looking forward to the relay and to middle distance.
Great performance by Diego Urquizu from Spain. Maybe top 10 today for him. Really deserved top 10 after such a great performance.
And now we are waiting for Jan Stříček for the punch at the pre-warning. He should be, yes, now we got the punch. He is 1 minute and 50 seconds behind, and it's a 4th spot. He can't reach on 3rd spot of Daniel Bolechowski. He can't be outrun by Marton Chobot. So I think this is the clear 4th spot at the moment for Jan Stříček. It will be a good position. It will be a diploma position on the podium. And now we can see him falling down and standing back on his feet again, running towards the last control, and this will be noisy and loud here in the arena.
Yeah, he is late for the medal, that's for sure, but still he runs like a bullet out of a gun. What a speed of Jan Stříček in his last meters of the course. Really great performance by Czech guys as well today. And he's 4th. 51 seconds behind the bronze medal, 1:52 behind Mathieu Bührer. So still I'm amazed by the performance of Mathieu Bührer in the end of the course.
That's something incredible, but back to Jan Stříček. He was great when he was really one of the youngest in Portugal. He suffered some illness during JWOC 2023, but we can see he is back. He is back in the game for the top spots, and there is still middle distance and relay for him ahead of him.
And this is really promising for the relay, I mean for the Czechs, because we have Daniel Bolechowski on place number 3, Daniel Stříček 4th, and Jiří Donda 7th. So 3 Czech flags in top 10 right now.
And now we are waiting just for 𝐿oic. This is the last runner. He can reach the medal. He can reach the top 6 of today's long distance here in Hurki. We should get a punch from 𝐿oic in 3 or 4 minutes on control number 17, I think. 𝐿oic is right now heading into control 16. He took the fastest reaches. He followed the ridge, he followed the path, and now is running down to 16 control, and now we can see another recap of the control number 5 rechoice, and we can see that Jan Stříček can be a little bit disappointed because this first part of the race he was the strongest runner on the course, but then he didn't make any mistakes but took wrong route choices, I think.
Yeah, I think so. He took some wrong route choices, maybe some small hesitations here on control number 6. So this was it. Really good performance by all these guys, and really thrilling long distance here in 𝐼𝐏𝐄𝐄 in Czechia.
And I can see that 𝐼𝐏𝐃𝐄𝐒 find the control number 16.
Right now we have a head of F.F.C.O commission. Can I ask you, how do you like it here in Czechia at the long distance race? Because we saw a really exciting race with really awesome fights until the finish.
You know, it is really so amazing to be here. First of all, because as organizers is doing an incredible job having this beautiful arena in this fantastic setting that we are having here. And then it's of course already great to see that the local athletes are doing really well here. So really a big congratulations to the Czech team that they've done an amazing job, and also congratulations to the organizers. Actually, this is the 3rd arena in 3 days. So it's an amazing job that as organizer you're doing here.
Thank you very much and enjoy the rest of the week.
Thanks a lot and enjoy. Thanks. Okay.
And before we will get a punch from 𝐼𝐏𝐃𝐄𝐒, we can agree with Helge that organizers are doing a great job, because 3 races in 3 days, meaning 3 arenas, that's a tough piece of cake, I think.
Yeah, it's always tough piece of cake. The organizers had different approach than in Romania last year, where we had 5 races from 2 arenas only. I think it's harder for organizers, but it's maybe better for the diversity of the race, that we really have a different kind of terrain for every discipline. We saw very fast sprint relay, then tricky sprint, now hilly long distance, and we will see another really different terrain in the middle and relay, so that's good for it. We had Emils Saulīte from Latvia in the finish in the meantime, and we are still waiting for the punch of 𝐼𝐿𝐾 on the pre-warning.
I can see that he is running and he's close to 17 control. Just his GPS tracker is frozen right now, but he should be there in actually 4 seconds if he wants to get into the lead to beat Matěj Bírer. Now
we have Singh, Boleshovský, Stříček, Berger, Bírer and Favre. And I think that Bírer is still definitely a medal contender. He is still in a fight for a medal, maybe the bronze medal. So still big hopes for Switzerland and 𝐼𝐿𝐾.
We could have 𝐼𝐿𝐾 and Matěj Bírer on the podium as well as they did yesterday, but 𝐼𝐿𝐾 is late. He is late. Now he is already 40 seconds behind Matěj Bírer, and still no punch from him at control number 17. Now it's 50 seconds, still no punch. So now we are really curious where 𝐼𝐿𝐾 is at the moment.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we have no live GPS by 𝐼𝐿𝐾 here, so we need to wait for the punch.
And I think the most nervous person here in the arena is Daniel Boleshovský, because Daniel Boleshovský still is a medal contender. Yeah, hello to everyone.
Still a medal contender for Daniel Boleshovský, and we are thrilled to see 𝐼𝐿𝐾. And here's the punch. Here's the punch of 𝐼𝐿𝐾, and he's 4th. He's 4th actually, so he is some 25 24 seconds behind the medal, if I'm counting it well. 24 seconds behind the medal. Longue from Switzerland. So still in the battle for the medal, because we have still some 1K to the finish.
Yes, but if you see the splits of Daniel Bolechowski, he performed well in comparison to the fastest runner, Mathieu Bierer. Daniel Bolechowski was faster than 𝐷𝐴 in this last leg, so I think it will be extremely difficult for 𝐿oic to be faster at the finish than Daniel Bolechowski, and I think home crowd is hoping that 𝐿oic will be late, but we have to wait. We have to wait 1 more minute, and then we will have 𝐿oic at the last control. But
Mathieu Bierer can start celebrations. Second gold medal for Mathieu Bierer. He said that his big goals are sprint distance and the long distance, and he fulfilled his dreams to 100%.
And I don't think this is the end for Mathieu
definitely
Bierer
this is not the end for Mathieu Bierer, because Switzerland will be extremely strong in the relay, and I believe also in the middle distance.
Yeah, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 runners in top 12 right now, and 𝐿oic will be 6th one, so it will be 6 Swiss runners into top 13 today. That's incredible. That's incredible.
Again, it will be really hard for Swiss coaches to have the first relay and the second one, as we saw in the sprint relay. But even though if the first relay will make a mistake, then the second relay can still save it for Switzerland.
And we can tell you right now that 𝐿oic is late to beat Daniel Bolechowski,
now
I
we
guess.
saw Romain Pichot towards the last control, but we are waiting for 𝐿oic at that control.
Romain Pichot is heading into 20 spot. It will be top 20 or around top 20 position. And now we got the punch. Yes, 𝐿oic is slower. He is slower by 21 seconds than Daniel Bolechowski, and briefly we will have him here in front of our running cam, following him into the last control. This is incredible speed, but will it be enough for Daniel Bolechowski? I don't think so, Dan.
I don't think so too. 𝐿oic will not make it to the medal, but he will definitely make it to the podium. It looks like a bronze medal will go to Czechia, to Daniel Bolechowski, and unfortunate 4th position to Switzerland by 𝐿oic. He is now behind, but he's really fast. He's trying to squeeze the gap, but he's 18 seconds behind Daniel Bolechowski. But extremely tight battle for silver, bronze, and 4th and 5th place, because he's just 20 seconds faster approximately than Jan Stříček.
Yeah, Jan Stříček is 5th, and he lost 1 minute and 52 seconds, and that is very tight when we count with 76 minutes of running today. But anyway, 𝐿oic did it again. He was 3rd yesterday, now he is 4th, which makes him one of the biggest medal contender for next races, definitely, I guess. And if we wrap up and sum up the results, which are currently at the finish, Mathieu Bierer should get the gold medal, 𝐷𝐴 2nd. He will have a silver medal. I think it's great for New Zealand orienteering, and what is great for Czechia is the 4th medal today.
And we can start recapitulations. Of course, we are still waiting for the Ewan Trainer from Great Britain, maybe top 10 battle. We are still waiting for Felix Hunt. We are waiting for Tobias Nagel from Germany, for Florian Fritzen. Still some big names, but probably none of them will be able to fight for top 15. So let's start the recaps. Women, and a big Czech show. Lucie Dytrichová 2:14 behind is Michaela Novotná and Viktoria Škáchová 5:59 behind. 74:48 is the winning time. 4:48 behind the expected winning time. So it's in both classes. We are approximately 5 minutes longer the courses. We had a discussion with Kuba and you yesterday, and we all bet that it will be faster after we visited the forest, because it was, I mean, the ground was hard, it was really fast in the forest, but maybe we were not in the first part of the course, but it was
I
slower
think
in
especially the loop where there was an 8, 9 and 10 control for both courses, it make it much slower than in the other parts. And here I think we will fly over the Czech triple, and it's women, so it's your part today.
And we can see that Michaela Novotná is choosing different route choice towards control number 2 than her teammates. Lucie Dietrichová on a straight route choice, Michaela Novotná running around, and they were almost the same on the control number 2, so very equal route choice by Dietrichová and Novotná. Here I think Dietrichová had a better departure from control number 2, but then they are running almost straight, maybe small direction hesitation by Škáchová on control number 3. Now they are all running from the right. None of them tested the left route choice, which we saw, for example, from Ojanaho. Lucie Dietrichová is faster in the beginning, but Novotná is not far behind. So really tight battle between Dietrichová and Novotná on the first controls, but here on control number 6, that was the crucial control on the women's course. We saw huge mistake by Henrietta Račikovský, we saw small hesitations by Michaela Novotná, we saw mistake by Viktoria Škáchová. So that was maybe the most tricky control on the course today. Then some sprint route choice between the fences and a steep uphill on the hilltop to control number 8. Now we have a tricky stony part and really good execution by Lucie Dietrichová and by Michaela Novotná as well. Novotná Dietrichová running from the south to control 11, Škáchová's running more straight, and here Lucie Dietrichová is trying to make the gap bigger. There is a technical part in some contours. Viktoria Škáchová some small hesitations at control 12 and 13. Lucie Dietrichová using the road to control number 14 as much as possible, and this was a wise decision to use it, and almost straight and good execution to control number 15. There was nothing to solve, and we saw really great performance by all 3 ladies. I kind of expect that Lucie Dietrichová and Michaela Novotná will fight for the medals, but I'm really surprised.
Right now we have for interview Lucie Dietrichová. It is confirmed now you are the winner of long distance at Junior World Championship, but it is 2nd win in a row after last year's win. I want to go back to the course. What happened on the course? We saw in the area with a lot of rocks. You were so confident. Did you feel it also in your head that you are confident?
Actually, no. I wasn't really sure about this course. It looks really tricky, but I didn't make mistakes here, so that's great.
Also, you did a lot of training camps here in this kind of terrains. Did you feel comfortable, and did you know what kind of technical skills you should use?
Yeah, it's Czech terrains, so yeah, it was great for our Czech team to run in home terrains, and I feel more confident than
normal.
Are you planning for another good results also in the next years? Because we know that you are really young so far and you have another chances in the future. What are your plans now?
I don't know, I have one more year in junior category, so probably JWOC 2025, and then we will see.
Thank you very much and good luck until the rest of the week. Thank you and see you tomorrow.
Thank
We could hear some words from 𝐄𝐿. She defended her title, and now we will move to recap of the men 20, the men's category. Mathieu Bierer, gold again after yesterday's gold. 𝐶𝐈𝐏, one of the expected favorites for today. He proved that he is good. He's in a favor of long distance. Second spot, Daniel Bolechowski, 4th medal for Czech team today, 3rd place and bronze medal. Then it was Loic Berger, Jan Stříček and Martin Čobot. Those ones will accompany them to the podium. David Baumberger, 3rd Swiss into 7th spot. Jiří Donda, 2nd Czech into top 10. Sondre Olausen, the best Norwegian, and Aymar Urkutsu, the best Spanish, and top 10 for Spanish orienteering.
Yeah, we see 3 Swiss flags, 3 Czech flags, but I'm really glad to see New Zealand. I'm glad to see Hungary and Spain in top 10, and of course Norway for sure.
Yeah, I like when it's diverse. I think, yeah, when we see more of the flags in the final results. So let's hope it will continue like that into next races. Now we have a fly over the race of the best 3 runners. We can see that Daniel Bolechowski had a great start and 𝐶𝐈𝐏 was even faster in the beginning. He was much faster than Mathieu Bierer. 𝐶𝐈𝐏 took a very smooth route choice towards the second control. He used a lot of paths, he spared some meters, he didn't have to climb so much just at the end of this leg. And he performed well also in traverse while contouring to the control number 3. And he had a decent gap, almost 2 minutes to Mathieu Bierer in this part of the race, but we will see that changed mainly because of extremely fast legs of Mathieu Bierer. 𝐶𝐈𝐏 took similar route choice as Mathieu Bierer and Daniel Bolechowski to the control number 5. You can see that this was the most common option chosen by men into the 5th control. I'm surprised that there were no problems with 5th control so far from what we could see, but there were many problems with 6th control, especially in women class. And 𝐶𝐈𝐏, no problems there. Mathieu Bierer was slowly getting into the 1st position here. Daniel Bolechowski with a steady race continuing into control number 8. But here we will see, we know that we will see mistake from Mathieu Bierer. Not an optimal route choice already from here, but here in this green area he hesitated and he chose, yes, another objects, but he realized that quite quickly and followed into the control number 9 and 10 with no major problems. But 𝐶𝐈𝐏 was on the golden spurt here. We can see that he just ran on the path same way as Daniel Bolechowski and Mathieu Bierer. Mathieu Bierer did the same. You can see similar route choices to the number 12. We can see that 𝐶𝐈𝐏, he didn't care, he didn't dare to drink or refresh himself. So he is a really, maybe he has some genes from his father, the ultra runner, because he didn't drink here. And Daniel Bolechowski and Mathieu Bierer took it straight to the refreshment points. All of the 3 guys in top 3 spots were climbing same way into the control number 14, so you can see that was a good route choice. And here you can see that Daniel Bolechowski was so close to gold here, but then he chose the different route choice towards the control number 16. 𝐶𝐈𝐏 and Mathieu Bierer took the ridge, and there was the only difference between them. It was the speed. Mathieu Bierer was faster than 𝐉𝐹.𝐶𝐈𝐏, and then nothing changed into the finish. They both ran around the hill. Daniel Bolechowski took kind of a shortcut, which made him a little bit more closer to the 𝐉𝐹.𝐶𝐈𝐏, and now we can see similar route choices, a very safe one from Mathieu Bierer to the 18th control, and then into the finish for the medals from today's long distance from JWOC.
Here for our interview we have now Mathieu Bierer, the winner of men's class. Mathieu, I have a few questions for you. The first one is about the first control. We saw that you missed it a bit, and then you were searching a bit longer for the first control. What happened there?
Yeah, I made almost 2 minutes mistakes there on the first control. I took my map from the start point, and I was like, it seems pretty easy, and I didn't look at it that much, and I was thinking, okay, I just go a bit onto the hill and I will see the control, but then I was too far down, and yeah, I made a big mistake. I took the first control and I already saw Guillaume Verhoeff behind me. It was mentally pretty hard, and I don't know how I managed it, but yeah.
We saw that it probably wasn't the only problem. Did it affect this mistake to the first control somehow your mindset, and did it affect the rest of the race?
Yes, I think clearly after these mistakes I was like, on the long distance I can do one mistake and the results can could be good, but like after the first control I had already used my mistake. Yes, my mistakes, and then I had to run the next 5 control really on the security, and I was pretty stressed always when I was entering the control room.
Also in the last uphill we saw how strong you can be in the uphills, because you were almost same on the 15th control with Daniel Bolechowski, but then suddenly you somehow speed up a lot, and then you escape to all of your enemies, or of your athletes, of the athletes who were against you. So did you train especially for this long distance, some uphill trainings, or what was your plan before this race?
Yeah, so about the training, when I'm in Switzerland I train a lot uphill. I'm doing some uphill intervals, and with the European Championships, the vertical one was good training for this race. But honestly, to the control 14, I was feeling horrible in the uphill. It was really steep. I couldn't run. But then to 16 it was a bit flatter, and then I could run. And I just told myself, okay, no, push. It's on the path. Nothing can happen, and just it's the long of the JWOC. Tomorrow is rest day. I have to give it all.
Yeah, I wish you a very good rest tomorrow and a very good luck for the rest of the week. Congratulations one more time, Mathieu Bierer.
Thank you very much.
For the flower ceremony, we can see competitors of accompanying races, and I think they all together make a good atmosphere for the flower ceremony. Flower ceremony will be streamed, and then after the end of the stream, I believe that the runners will get the medals, and there will be a prize giving ceremony for today's race and for yesterday's race as well. It will be a nice flower ceremony for all of them. It is already sunny weather. And I can see all the Czech ladies lining up ready for flower ceremony, for well-deserved flowers. Soon I will give a space to the studio where there will be done together with Jakub analyzing today's long distance. Meanwhile, you can watch the accompanying races and entertaining in the arena. But now we are going to Dan and Jakub.
Okay, and it's time to wrap up today's race with Jakub Chalouksky. It was really thrilling and exciting long distance here in 𝐼𝐏𝐾 in Czechia. The third race of JWOC. We saw first forest race. So what are your impressions? Was it hard for you as the range champion? Would you be better in the forest? Would you feel better in the forest on the course?
I think I definitely feel better myself in the forest. The whole time my knees were shaking and I just was so impressed by the performances by all athletes. Of course, we have 3 girls on a top 3 places in the women's class, what is incredible.
You know very well the Czech team from last year, so what do you think? What was the preparation? What was the tactics of Czech team today?
I think it actually wasn't really about the tactic, because the Czech runners are they are used to run in this kind of terrains. There are a lot of vegetation barriers and a lot of different features which the Czech runners know how to use it, and I think this was their advantage, and that's why they succeed today.
Mathieu Birer, again, great performance by the Swiss today. He showed great skills in the end of the race, so you talked to him here for a long time, so what to say?
I think he told us a lot. He explained us how his training is, and also we know that his father is also one of the legends from Switzerland, and we know that he is just incredibly strong runner, and he used it today. That's his power, and I think he will use it also for middle distance and relay.
𝐶FFV silver medal, Daniel Bolehovský bronze. Was it what you expected?
I must say I expected something like this. This was actually the standing which I knew that it will be somehow like this. I didn't know exact results, but this is what we predicted. I think this is what they deserved.
Yesterday we were in the forest, you ran part of the course and you predicted that it will be faster. Your bet was 61 minutes for the winner when you saw the forest. So the winning time, 75 minutes. What to say about this?
Yeah, I must say I totally underestimated this course, because somehow yesterday it felt so easy to run in the end part of the course, and I'm used to long distances in the men's classes, and in the junior classes it's much shorter, so that's why I underestimated.
Okay, the flower ceremony should be ready, and we will continue tomorrow with the rest day, and the day after with the medal distance in Dobříč, and we are looking forward to seeing you there. So let's go to the flower ceremony.
Thank you, Dan, and see you there.
We have still 1.5 minutes until the flower ceremony. We will wait until even more spectators and fans to cheer on the best ones will gather. In the meantime, you can see that there is interesting entertainment, and as well as the control description board for accompanying races of 𝐃𝐄, so anyone can taste the terrain of Czech forests, but mainly taste terrain of the JWOC 2024. I think it's really a nice experience to try run into the forest as the best juniors in the world. We can see a drone shot from the arena, and we can see the spectators are getting ready for the flower ceremony. We can see that the 6 best 3 women and 3 men are lined up and ready for flower ceremony as well. So now it's time to give the space to them and to cheer them on.
který byl sprint ve skříře a tam Česká republika brala zlatou medaili za svou Michaeli Novotné.
Takže během dneška uvidíte předávání 5 medailí českým reprezentantům a nástavkem k tomu ještě vyhlásíme první etapu JWOC, která bude
Now it is just about the seconds until the flower ceremony. The fans are gathering right now. Some of them are at the moment tasting the terrains of this long distance. Yeah, and flower ceremony is on. We can see Viktoria 𝐃𝐄𝐒 ran into third spot and bronze medal. We can see Lucia Dietrichova and we can see Michaela Novotná. Michaela Novotná will take second medal in a row. Intro is over and now we can see the best three ladies, all of them from Czech orienteering team from hosting nation. It will be a great day. It was and it will be a great day for Czechia. We can see as well Radan Kamenický, the chairman of the Czech Orienteering Federation, and he will be the one who will hand over the flowers to the best three women.
And on the bronze medal position we see Viktoria 𝐃𝐄𝐒, the youngest of this Czech medal trio. She is still women 18, so at least 2 more JWOCs for Viktoria, and we can definitely expect a lot from her in the future. Really good performance, even though she lost quite a lot of time to Lucia Dietrichova, almost 6 minutes. Then she made a really steady performance and she ran really well. Michaela Novotná, gold medal yesterday together with Eli Punto, and silver medal from today's long distance. I think the sprint and long are her strength, and similar to Mathieu Birer, two disciplines that she likes the most, and Lucia Dietrichova. It's easy to win the race or to win the gold, or of course I mean easy, like you know as I mean it, so, but it's much harder to defend, and she defended her gold medal with a glance, I would say, and great performance.
Definitely, we could see many attempts to defend the goal, and many of them, most of them unsuccessful, so this is something really rare to defend the gold from the long distance at Junior World Orienteering Championship. And we heard from Lucia that she will be defending again next year, so this can get really interesting, but that's one of the triple for the future. We have another triple today, and that's Czech trio standing on the top of the podium today.
Great atmosphere here in 𝐼𝐿 on a spacious meadow in a Brdy Mountains in Czechia. This mountain range goes from south of Prague to Příbram and more to the south. It was a former military area which was opened for public a few years ago, and we are glad that it was open and that we can compete here orienteering, because especially the upper parts of Brdy are really beautiful, almost like in Scandinavia. So that's even more surprising for me that the Scandinavians were not so successful today as we expected, maybe.
But I have to say I'm not surprised that it was Czechs and Swiss who were successful, because we expecting that, I think everyone expected that before the JWOC, that these two nations should dominate the results, and it is happening. Yeah, it is currently happening. And now we will go to boys, because it is not just a Czech-Swiss dominance. We have someone from southern part of our Earth, southern part of our planet, and it's a New Zealander, 𝐉𝐵𝐵, who was definitely a medal contender. We also shoot a video with him because we expected him to at least defend podium position from the last year, and he did it well. He even climbed up to the small podium into the second spot. And again, it will be 𝐅𝐵𝐵𝐄𝐒 who will hand over the flowers during the flower ceremony to the best ones. I am curious what will be the celebration of Mathieu Vieira today, if it will be another Cristiano Ronaldo. And I am also interested in how excited will be Daniel Bolechowski, because after 2 years when he was knocking on the door with top 10 positions, he really managed to get into the podium, and now he is going up to the podium for the 3rd place and bronze medal for Czech runner.
Flowers are handed over by Radan Kamenický, the chairman of Czech Orienteering Federation, and he must be happy as well of today's performances. But now New Zealand and 𝐉𝐵𝐵𝐵, great performance by New Zealander. I was quite surprised, and we were discussing it together yesterday, that we expected maybe more from him in sprint, that if you are a medal contender in a long, you definitely should be able to run better in the sprint, but today he showed up that he is really good in the long distance.
Mathieu Vieira, as he said yesterday, he was focused on a sprint and long distance. I don't believe that's enough for him, but he managed to do and fulfill his goals perfectly, because he is a double gold medalist from this year's JWOC 2024, and there is still 2 competitions to go, so I think he will definitely try to get 4 medals.
So we will have some more pictures of the medalists on this flower ceremony of the long distance.
And I think this is a decent atmosphere here. It's a very good atmosphere in the arena in 𝐿𝐻, and I expect it to be even better during the next races on Friday. There is a middle distance, and on Saturday when all will end up with the relay.
We are streaming live again for the middle distance on Friday, and we are starting I think after 10 o'clock, I think 10:45 if I'm not mistaken, so you can follow us again live on IOF TV. Thanks for today, Dave, thank you, and have a nice day.
Thank you all, and see you and hear you soon on Friday.
Bye bye. JWOC 2024 is supported by Region Plzeň, City of Plzeň, Škoda Group, the National Sport Agency, municipalities of Dobřív, Dobříč, Hůrky and Stříbro, companies Streicher, Göring, Mercury International, AC Heating, Innovate, Rockpoint, Hanach and Grant Thornton.